Hey, is this third time's the charm? Actually, how would I check if I have stream options or not? Or quality options or not? I'm not sure. I guess I could just go visit my own channel. See if I got quality options. Do I? Do I? I do! Nice. Cool. Third time was a charm. Working the system. Hey there, Nui. Yes, I'm still kind of setting up the stream. I was going to take this link to my notes and put it into the chat bot and say what I'm doing today. What am I doing today? I am working on refactoring code in his game. Check out this link update. And then maybe let me put a mention in my Discord too in case people are watching that. So I'm doing some refactoring work today. And then put the same link in there, and then we're set. So, how's everybody doing today? How are you doing, Nui? I don't have much of a plan today. I just had something to start working on, and then I'll just see where that takes me. Hey there, Legendarier. Just tuned in? I had to restart the stream a couple times because I wasn't getting quality options. The past chat can still be seen? Aha. Well, restarting the stream doesn't restart chat for Stream Parrot, does it? That's okay. Is that maybe an idea for Chris? Maybe. I have to check with him to see if there is something already in the dashboard I can do to clear chat. So ask CM Griffing about how to clear chat when the stream is restarted. Gosh, okay. I need to take a step back from the keyboard and not make so many typing mistakes. When the stream is restarted, or basically whenever broadcaster wants it. Maybe I need to do a clear chat in Twitch or something. Can you ask a really opinionated question? Sure. What's your preferred OS for development? I really like Windows because I'm just used to it. I have a MacBook, and I mean it's okay, especially now that I use the same kind of tools like VS Code on the Mac. But I still really haven't gotten used to the operating system's tools like the Finder. But I have friends that swear by it. They used to be hardcore Windows users and developers, and now they're all on Mac. So for me, I think I'm just sort of have too many ingrained habits using Windows, so I'm more comfortable there. But I do have enough comfort with a Mac that I can use my MacBook when I'm traveling, and not get totally frustrated. It's just I don't really prefer it. All right, so the plan today, I think, was to cut down on the polling done in this place that I was looking at 2 days ago. So we were looking at the performance of the overall game, and we're spending a ton of time in this check function right here, this wait. And I think it is because perhaps a combination of this wake up clause, but also the fact that this timeout is really short. I think it's probably on the order of like 20 milliseconds or something like that, maybe 50. So it's waking up at least 20 times a second to, and every time it wakes up and falls asleep again, it has to unlock and then relock this mutex. So you're on an old Windows 7 machine. Is the whole Windows Linux subsystem any good? I think it's improving. I know it had some big problems, though. One of the things I knew about is there's a socket leak in the networking system in the Windows Linux subsystem. So if you run the subsystem long enough, you can actually run out of ports, run out of ephemeral ports, and then your networking stops working. They might have fixed that by now. I don't know. Do you still need Cygwin or Clang compilers? Don't know. I try to avoid Cygwin because of problems that like we used to have at the last job I was at. And I've been preferring the MinGW stuff if you have to build using GNU tools on Windows, because then you're not dependent on the Cygwin runtime. but I think it's all just personal bias. I think I don't know enough to answer the question very well. You know how WSL2? It's just a VM with real Linux. I see. Well, that sounds better because then what? You can use probably any kind of Linux you want on the VM. Yeah, sorry, Legendary. I feel like I don't know enough to answer the question fairly, but I just know the old one had problems with networking, specifically running out of sockets. Like if you do a Google search on socket leak or port leak on WSL, you'll probably find mention of it. I don't know if they fixed it. But it's like people would run servers after like a few days or weeks, suddenly the networking would stop and they couldn't figure out why, and it turned out to be a leak in the kernel. All right. So this worker thread uses this condition variable to wait on these conditions with a fall through where it can time out on this. And the reason for this RPC timeout is that later on in the worker loop body, we do this queue retransmissions to be sent. And so we don't actually know which ones we need to send until we loop through all of the servers and check to see if we're awaiting a response and if we're exceeding the timeout for the for basically sending messages and getting responses back. So in a sense, this loop with this check should be part of this condition. And there's too many conditions. So what I'm thinking about doing is, because a lot of these conditions are time-based, so especially the heartbeat sent, the election timer, and then the retransmission timers, what I'm thinking about doing is having this code as it runs through, hold on to the time of the next thing to time out, and then make that the value that we put in for this timeout here. Not this RPC timeout, but just the next thing that will time out. So that it'll minimize the number of extra wake ups. It might still wake up and find that it doesn't need to retransmit, for example, because this is no longer awaiting a response. And I think that's okay. I don't know any way to, if we already have told a condition variable to wait for with a timeout, I don't know how to tell it to change that value without waking it up anyway. So oh, looks like I also included the heartbeat interval, if that's lower than the RPC timeout. So yeah, we're gonna, as we're running through this, collect all of these, basically these comparisons, turn these comparisons into a time difference, and then like find the smallest one, and then use that the next time we get up to here. I think because we don't know, like, what the first timeout will be, we should just have a variable initialize it to 0, and so that basically this won't wait at all. It'll go into the worker loop body and then basically calculate the next timeout. And then when it gets back up to here, it would use it again, use it right there. So let me get oriented here. It's in this shared, right? Or no, it's in impl. Yeah, if I just go to that thing, right? And it's here somewhere? Or should I put it in shared? I can begin by putting it with this guy, I guess. So let's do it in milliseconds, I think. What type do I use there? Int. Okay, fine. Int. Next timeout milliseconds. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Oh no! I'm sorry, Rally Monkey. I feel bad about your cat. My condolences. Thanks. Hope everything goes as best as it can. All right. Oh, I was going to name this something more specific, right? Next worker timeout milliseconds, right? Okay. This is the Maximum amount of time the worker thread should sleep before waking up to process the next the next thing. What's a better word than thing? Well, for now, I'll just say thing. That is due to timeout. The next job? I guess, but they're all timeouts. Well, 2 votes for job, so we'll say job. Thank you. We'll assign some points for the... Oh, wait a minute. I can't assign points because I forgot to turn the bot on. Turn the bot on. Then I'll assign points. I'm waiting for the bot to turn on. There it goes. Now we get points. Cool. All right. Yay, exactly. Points that you can do nothing with. You can just feel good about having them. Later when I have a game, I'll try to make something with the points. Yeah, Adam party. Yeah, the idea here is I want to use this next worker timeout milliseconds there. And not this. And then we want to, in the worker loop body, build that variable up. So I guess what we do is set it to some huge number. Well, no, actually, it doesn't really matter. Well, I want the overall minimum, so we should start with the largest value could be, right? So that equals standard limits, numeric limits, int max, the maximum integer, right? And then get the current time. Time since last leader message. Okay, it's that. Okay, so I should probably get a number that I could store back into here. So it'll be a now plus that is equal to that. So I would do something like else this equals the minimum of that and that minus now. Hold on. No, that's not right. This is the interval. It's that plus that, isn't it? Math? I'm not so good with math. Plus heartbeat interval. Right? The time that the last message was received from the leader plus the heartbeat interval. Actually, this is the time that the leader last sent a message plus the heartbeat interval will be the next worker. Yeah. How come this... Oh, are these types... Yeah, these types are double. Ooh, so we want to convert it to an int. So we would do a... not standard. Round? Ceiling? Floor? I still got to convert it to an int. What's the difference between server and server impl? So it's sort of my habit to break up classes between interface and implementation. So server.http is the interface. And sometimes I'll even have like a pure virtual interface front to that. But that's a different subject. So this is essentially the public interface of the class. Here's all the methods you can call from other classes, right? And then I hide all of the private stuff inside this impl. And like Nui just linked, it's the pointer to implementation pattern. The server.cpp will have the implementation of those public methods, like all these, like, I can jump around correctly. I have to pin them to see that. Like get cluster leader ID will be in cluster server CVP, right? But a lot of the times they'll reach into the implementation to do things, either to get to member variables or to call internal methods. So the internal methods are all like the bot. Okay, step back up. I'm not explaining this best. We declare but not define the implementation structure. We can do that and get away with it if we have indirection, either a pointer or a unique pointer or a shared pointer or something like that. And then we actually define it in this other header up here. So, and then here's where I put all the private member variables, but also internal methods that we don't want visible outside. And so the implementation of those internal methods are in the server impl. Yeah, so the gain that it gets me is that I can change my member variables and I can invent new methods without needing to recompile anything that includes the outer header file, because the internals of that can change without requiring recompilation of anything that only uses the public interface. So it's the normal class encapsulation in C++ to me is not complete until you do something like this. The cost is that there's an extra object so you have two objects instead of one, and one points to the other. Yeah. So it's neat, but it's also has some cost, right? There's a cost in terms of there's a level of indirections, and there's two objects instead of one, and also a lot of the outer calls end up having to do this indirection, and that's not zero cost. There's some cost. It's usually pretty small, and you can write it off. But if you were to do this in a tight loop millions of times per second, it could be a performance hit, and so you got to be careful, as with anything, right? All right. Yeah, so if this didn't time out, we find out when it will time out next, and the same thing here. So we would do this. Actually, it's only if these. Okay, so there should be an outer if, shouldn't there? If it's a voting member of the cluster and we're not processing a message from the leader, then if the time would have expired, I should be doing the same thing here, shouldn't I? This is just the initial thing to make it work, make it happen once, the first time. Yeah, if this is false, we don't want to wait at all, right? So only, yeah, okay. And that's the else, and then this gets indented. There we go. All problems can be solved with a new layer of abstraction, well, except for the problem of having so many layers of abstraction. Your program is slow. Let me look at this. Time since last. Did I do that correctly? So it would be that again plus, right? But this is plus election timeout. Okay. And then I'm going to be doing the same thing inside of here. Having an else here. And because, I was going to say because it's a local variable, I need to pass it, but it's not a local variable, so I'm good. I just need to grab that right there. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing? Yeah, we need to get rid of slowness. We need this stuff to be fast. Okay, so if we're not awaiting a response, we don't need to do that. So I need to divide this up again. If we're awaiting a response, then if it's timed out, do this stuff. So this gets indented, and so does all this stuff. Like that. If it hasn't timed out, then the next one is the minimum of what we're collecting so far, and what? I'm having trouble thinking of math right now. This is the difference between now and the last time it was sent. So it should be the last time it was sent plus the timeout, right? Like that. Yeah. Cool. So going back, there's one more, right? No, this one doesn't have timeouts. It's just if it's not empty process stuff. So that would be it, wouldn't it? And I suppose if we have no timeout, we can have a different kind of wait. Should I do that? And then I can maybe get rid of, well, no, I can keep that. I know what I could do. Actually, I don't know if it matters, but what I can do is I can say if this one happens to be equal to that, then there is no timeout right now. Otherwise, there's a timeout, and I'll change this up a little bit. This needs to be something we share for both of them. So we'll give this a name. Const auto. What is it technically called? I should just look it up. So dev docs. Wait for. It is called the predicate. Predicate. There we go. There's the predicate. This is predicate. So if there is no timeout, it's just wait. And there's no timeout. There we go. So if there's no timeout, just wait. Otherwise, wait with up to the timeout. All right, let's see if this actually works. So I have a unit test fixture that will test this, but I also need to run it in the performance analyzer. And compared to last time, my memory serves it was taking between 9 and 10% of the CPU used by the game to do this waiting. So I want to see that number go down. Predicates, that's right. It's a function that determines whether or not something should be done. In this case, whether or not we should wake up. Yeah. It's really just a fancy term for a function that you call to tell you if some condition is true or not. And yeah, lambdas in C# and C++, they're roughly the same, I think, right? They're just function objects, and this is the object part, which is called the closure or the capture. It's the set of variables that are visible in the outer scope that you want to have visible in the function when it's called. So when this function is called, it will have access to the class instance and this future by reference so that we can call wait on it. Okay, it built, right? Yes, so I can run my unit tests. Yeah, hopefully it makes sense to understand lambdas as just function objects. They're really just functions that you happen to capture stuff. So in JavaScript, you don't need to worry about the capture. It's automatic. It's like the closest you can get to a JavaScript closure or arrow function or whatever would be to do that. Basically, implicitly capture everything that you reference. C++, you can be explicit so that if you accidentally, like if I said to this lock here, lock.unlock, it will complain that you don't have access to the lock. It's not in the capture list. An enclosing function local variable cannot be referenced in a lambda body unless it is in the capture list, right? So I could make it implicit and then it would work. I prefer to be explicit though, so that I don't accidentally use stuff from the capture from the outer context that I didn't mean to. Haven't seen anything like that though. It could just be the wacky formatting that I use. Really, the syntax is looks like the body of a function, and you can optionally have arguments like foobar here. That's your function arguments, but they allow you the shorthand of not having the function arguments at all. And this is the only thing that's added to the traditional function syntax. is instead of a name for the function, you just give a closure, which is looks like an array of things, and it figures out the types for you, and those are just the variables from the outer scope that you want to capture. The way it's implemented is it takes these and copies them into an anonymous class instance, and the class instance lives as long as you have a reference to this function. So as long as predicate stays in scope, or whatever you pass predicate to, the hidden instance will still exist, on the heap, and these variables will be its member variables. All right, we're gonna run Raft test. Hopefully nothing breaks. Yay, nothing broke. So the next step would be to run this in in a performance analysis mode. So I have this setup. It's an alternate configuration for the game where they call it release, a rel with deb info, release with debugging info. I'm going to build that, and then with Visual Studio, it will let me run it capturing performance metrics. And they're not very advanced. It's basically just sampling every millisecond to see what the stack trace is, to kind of sample what functions are being run the most as a crude estimate of CPU usage. So to do anything more, you'd have to instrument the code with like calls to start watching timers when you enter and leave functions, and I don't really need anything that elaborate to get a crude enough, a good enough picture, even though it's crude, to see what's going on. So okay, that is why. Oh, that happened because I added something to the build system. Visual Studio is a little bit sensitive to that. It wants to reload the solution. Right. I added this async data that I haven't used yet. Lockless data structures. I have these lockless data structures set to go from previous work I did before streaming. If I really have trouble with the overhead of mutexes. So we have those available if we need them. All right. To run this trial, I need to go here and do update vs and then serve, and let it do the install step, stop it, and then here under Analyze Performance Profiler, start. And then we can close the output window. And then that starts one server, and it gets a head start so that basically it becomes the leader when there's an election. Then this runs the other two servers, and it should, server 10 that it's running in the profiler should start and win the election. If it doesn't, then I will restart it. And just realized I haven't done anything to start the client, so I should probably go do that, because that takes a little bit. Although I guess I don't really need to connect with the client. It's enough to just run the server, and this will be collecting metrics about that. It's weird. Why is this not? Oh, I think it's not working. It's stuck. The election timer's not happening. I think I know why. Hey there, Backcraft. Look at that host for one viewer. How are you doing? Something's very weird with your system. Suddenly downclocks to 1.4 gig from 4? And looking at it, thinks it's 206 degrees Celsius? Well, that would be bad if it really was true. So what, a broken sensor or something? Hey there, New York. For science! I like that emote. Hey there, Backcraft. Thank you for that host. Yeah, obviously I broke it, so there's no point in continuing. This will get me some metrics, but it will probably... Well, hopefully it should show that it's not using any CPU at all in that worker thread I'm working on. I think I know what the problem is, though. So I changed this. I was changing this, right? This wait for work to have this predicate, and basically it might wait forever, or it might wait for some certain amount of time. I'm guessing it's stuck here waiting forever, and I believe that is because the conditions that might change are this voting member thing. If that changes, then we have to wake up the worker thread to recompute this. So every time this is changed, do I need to change this one too? I guess so. Every time we touch these variables, we need to wake up the worker thread. You're not able to download VS 2017 Community? You shouldn't need a subscription. Huh. That's weird. Let me think about, well, did this compute, okay, this finally yeah, so it was basically stuck. Let's see what's going on. It should be like doing nothing. Okay, this one's out. Right. So yeah, it never got into the Raft. It's just stuck in Raft right now. Scheduler. Oh, I forgot I had that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. So let me fix this. Probably it is this voting member. And also, whenever we do this awaiting response, we need to wake up the worker thread to recompute this stuff, right? So, I think about this. Oh yeah, they might not be asking you to pay, they might just be asking you to have an account. The new way, I think probably the slowly going down is it's averaging sensor readings, and my guess would be that the sensor is busted, and it gave you an anomalous reading of like the max reading. Yeah, at 100 C, it would probably start to melt. So at 200 C, I think it would just burn up immediately. Yeah, I think it's a broken sensor. Well, that sucks. And I wouldn't know the first thing about debugging or fixing that, diagnosing or fixing that. That's just a random guess. Okay, let's just start from the top. The first condition that we might not do is this election state. So let me look for election state. That's when we mobilize, so we're fine there. Okay. That is going into a structure. That's not our shared elections. Okay, here we go. Set up as candidate. I suppose this is where we would want to wake things up. Do we have this reset retransmission state? Maybe I could use this. No, probably not. Yeah, so how do I wake the thing up if I need to? It would be signaling this condition variable, right? Notify one, there we go. That's what I need. It needs to be while we're holding the lock. So, are we holding the lock here and set up as candidate? I don't know. Start election. Probably we're holding the lock, but let me make sure. Yeah, so we're holding the lock, right? Okay. So, share... I'm not so good at remembering names of variables. This one. This is not a good variable name either. Let's fix the name of this variable. So let's call it worker thread wake condition. Or worker wake condition. There we go. Rename it. Worker wake condition. Worker wake condition. Notify one. Okay, so that's one place because we changed the election state. Let's look for this election state again. I don't need a diff. Why is it? Oh, because this is on. Okay. Set up as candidate. revert to follower, so I need to do it again here too. Actually, this reset election timer will do it. Yeah, so when we do that, we need to hit it also. So worker wait condition notify one. And assume leadership, we need to do it. Although no, this will the queuing will do it by itself, right? Yeah, it already does it. So I'm not going to redundantly wake it up. I should just search for that for all the places it's changed. So we handled that with that. Okay, revert to follower. This handles it. Assume leadership. One of these will do it. Maybe that's it for the election state changes. So let's go to the next thing that we might have to wake up the worker for. This sent heartbeats, right? Well, no, that's just a condition. It'll start at false. So, yeah, we don't need to worry about that, do we? Oh, no, I'm looking at this wrong. It's the outer ifs that I need to worry about. So this outer if is voting member, and then this one too. We'll do is voting member first. I think this cluster configuration is only set at the very beginning, but I'm not sure. Actually, I think this is where we need to do it. Where is this called? On a okay, yeah. So this could be called at any point the configuration's changed. So why don't we just do it here? So worker wait condition notify one. Wake it up. Wake up worker thread. And then this variable. When we receive a message, we're processing a message, right? So when it goes from true to false is the problem, right? No, when it goes from false to true. So here we need to wake up the worker thread. I might already be doing that. Okay, well, just yeah, every time we receive the message, we should probably wake up the worker thread. Because why? 206 seems a common problem with your CPU? Really? So it's a CPU flaw? I mean, it probably, my guess would be it's probably all 1 bits for the sensor's output. That's probably like the scaled or converted from like the maximum possible sensor reading. If the server is a voting member of the cluster and it's not processing a message from the leader, so if we are processing a message, it won't time out. So it's when I go to false then. So right here I need to kick it. So impl worker wait condition notify one. And this is while holding the lock. Good. That's the other thing I got to be careful about. When we wake up a thread using a condition variable, if we don't do it while holding the lock, there could be a race, and where we don't wake it up when it should be woken up. I got to be careful about that. Okay, queued retransmissions. So it's this awaiting response thing, right? Is the next thing. And when it goes from false to true. So when it goes, so I should just say, well, when it goes to true. So this one. Yeah, this one. Right here. So worker wait condition notify 1. All right. Continuing. That's it, actually. Let's try it again then. This should not break any of my tests, but just to make sure, it did break something. After revert to follower, do not start new election before minimum timeout. It expected no messages and got 4. So let's see what messages we actually got. What are the messages we're getting? Oh, they actually passed. So there's some kind of race here, I guess. Yep, there's some kind of race. Which means the test is not predictable. It's because, oh, I think I might know. Does this wait for a message to be, yeah, it does wait. Oh, it thinks it needs to be retransmitted? That might be why. Oh, wait, no, this means another server is requesting a vote, so we're supposed to go back to follower when that happens. So why would we be sending anything? What does this do, actually? It's minimum election timeout minus a little bit of time, so we won't be at the election timeout. Okay, that's weird. I kind of want to see these messages, though. But I'm going to have to do this until it actually happens. There we go. Okay, what did we get? Append entry, so it's a heartbeat message. Why would we be getting a heartbeat message? It's sending a heart. It's like it's the leader. Can I look at it and see if it's the leader? It shouldn't be. This should have made it not be the leader anymore. Is it I can't remember the names. Oh, server. Here we go. Example. Shared. Where is the variable? Oh, election state. It still thinks it's the leader. That's weird. And why am I advancing the current time to be past the maximum election timeout when I do that? Oh, is that's simulating that that server 2 is raising a new election like the server did. I don't know why I did that, but okay. That's just trying to be authentic. That this should only happen if that happened? This would have cleared it, so that means that after there, the server still thought it was the leader. Why? This request vote should have triggered it to not be a leader anymore. Very strange. Heart bleed. Oh, the bug? Yeah. This is heartbeat, where if you have nothing to send to the other servers in the cluster, you have to send something anyway, basically to say that you're still around. So it's like a keep alive. So that would go to receive or on receive request vote, right? So it should have gone into here. It should have gone into here and reverted to follower. I wonder. I wonder. Not that I know what the problem is, but I have a suspicion. Oh, unexpected heartbeat messages reminded you of it? Okay. What are the parameters for instance, term, and last log indexed? Instance 2, term 2. What's the term here? Declaration, please. Oh, it's 1. Well, thank you for that follow. Okay, so yeah, when it receives this message, the term is 2, and so it should be 2 is greater than 1, so it should update to term 2. Sets this back to false. Revert to follower. Here's where this should be done. I wonder if we're racing the worker thread here. The worker thread maybe thinks it needs to retransmit a message. Why would it think it needs to retransmit the message? That's the thing. Probably because of that. I think this is what's screwing it up. When we change the time like that, the worker thread might say, oh, it's time to retransmit the message that we sent. And that could actually be racing this clear. Right? This does do a wait, though. Wait for at least one loop. What does this do? This wakes up the worker thread, but then waits to make sure it runs once. And then we clear the messages. And this is after we sent, or the server we're testing receives the request vote. Okay, just to test this theory, let's remove that, because I don't even think that that's needed. Problem is, okay, there we go. It's happening every single time now. Why? Why is it 4 when we get down to here if I've cleared it there? What I can do actually is look to where that's where we insert into that thing. We can put a breakpoint on it. Right here. Debug. Okay, where is that? Call stack, please. All the way back into the test. Oh, we're not in the test. The main thread is running the test. We're still doing the become leader. Okay, so hold on. Let's stop, go back to that, and let me turn that off for a second. We'll go down to let's go down to here. So debug, and then turn that one back on, and then go again. All right, and then see how do we get here. What's the main thread worker thread doing right now? It's waiting for one loop after advancing the time. It's what it's doing. And then what is this? Why are we sending a message here? There's something in the event queue. Is that why? But what's our state? Leader. Why are we the leader? We shouldn't be the leader. Unless the send... Okay, it could be that it rejected the message. This request vote got rejected. Maybe. So I can put a breakpoint on that. On receive request vote. Let's just put a breakpoint here and run this again. We can turn that off for a second. Go. Wait a minute. Did I not turn off the right one? Oh, it's that one. Weird that it doesn't change the selection. Go. Okay, so what's going on here? It's ignoring the vote. Why? Oh, vote requested before minimum election timeout. That's why. Okay. But that's gonna erase the retransmission timer. Well, that sucks. This test is just really sensitive then. So that's why I do that. Basically because this vote request will be rejected unless that's true. But doing that could trigger a retransmission. So it's not enough to clear that, right? We have to, or to clear it there. There'll be one retransmission. Maybe that's why it did this message is sent clear there. So the problem is what? That the retransmission is happening after we clear that? But wait. This forces it to wait one loop. Huh. No, I don't want the, what I don't want the, what do I want? I don't want this server to start a new election. So we're adjusting the time to just... We want to set up to the situation where it's a follower and advance the time before the election timeout and make sure it doesn't time out again. So yeah, we want it to be a leader because we want a revert to follower to happen. A revert to follower happens because of that. We want to revert to follower, but then not start a new election before the minimum timeout. So that adjusts it to just before the minimum timeout. The problem is that we're getting old retransmissions in there before. Well, this is supposed to clear out any retransmissions, and between that and when this request vote is being processed, it's sending something. So let me see if I can capture that. So what would happen first? The revert, right? Is what we want to happen. We want the retransmissions, if any, to happen first and then the revert. So what if I put 2 breakpoints in? One on this revert to follower. And then the other one would be when we decide to do retransmissions. Not here, in here. Queue retransmissions to be sent, I guess? Yeah, I guess so. And then... do I expect more retransmissions? I do kind of expect more retransmissions, so... shoot. Is that the problem, that this is going to end up sending a message, but then this is going to cause any retransmissions to be sent also? Actually, here's where I really care about it, right? Well, no. Let's just try it out and see. That's interesting. It doesn't hit any of my breakpoints. Why not? Is it not it's not reverting to follower? Eh. Did I put that code back in? Did I not just forget to build? Oh, I forgot to build. Just dumb. Okay, where was that breakpoint again? Right here. Debug. Okay, so it's sending the retransmission. And what is the other thread doing? Advancing the time. Wait a minute. So it hasn't processed the other message yet, or it thinks that the time is wrong. Oh, okay. So what if it still thinks that the time is wrong? That would be back here and on receive. Am I hitting that? Let's see. And then if so, why? Because I advanced it. Debug, please. I did. Oh, wait. Is that why? Forgetting to build happens far too often for you? Yeah. Oh, it was a joke because most elections can also be called races? I see. I didn't get it. Humor doesn't really work on me so much as other people. I have a strange sense of humor that doesn't usually sense things correctly. I think it is because it just sent a retransmission. Is this condition wrong? Vote requested before minimum election timeout. I mean, it's not technically wrong. It's just that a leader might not vote for someone else because the leader's like, hey, I just sent them a message. We haven't gotten to the minimum election timeout yet. So yeah, that means the way I've been arranging this test is fragile to say the least. So let me go to that. I can't just do that then. I have to figure out a different way to revert to follower. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So there are other places where we could revert to follower. Let's see what they are. What is this? Oh, if the configuration changes. I'm gonna avoid those. Those are complicated. Okay, that's the one we were using. How about this one? Oh, this is if we receive vote request results saying that the server that's voting says I'm in a newer term anyway. And this is what if we receive an append, and maybe that's the easiest one. We'll just do a receive append entries from a different leader. Yeah. Cool. So okay. So remove, where is it? Breakpoints. So instead of doing this junk, we would let's just comment it out for now. I want to find the code where we simulate receiving. Is it this one? But this depends on actually having entries. Oh, you know, it doesn't matter. Actually, yeah, so we can do that. We become leader, and then just like what this test does, we pretend that some other server says, hey, I'm the leader of a newer term. That should cause an immediate revert to the follower, right? And then we advance the time, and it shouldn't send anything out. Yeah, I like that better. So there we go. We'll keep that. That's what we'll keep for that test. So that means all our tests are working. It's just that this test was a problem before. Okay, so ready to try this in the performance, I think. So build solution. As soon as that's done building, then we stage it. So that's update and then serve until it says install. And then analyze performance profile or start, close the output window, and then start the cluster again. Hopefully we get a cluster timeout and then an election within 10 seconds. You're about to give up on PHP? Really? I'm about to give up waiting on this. This sucks. Why is this not working? I guess I can debug and find out why. How would I do that? It's the best way. Let me think. I guess it would be reserve. And that copies from the debugging environment. And then I can just attach the debugger right now, right? So I'm doing the debug build again, and I'm going to attach the debugger. Debug, and this is already set up to go anyway, so go. And then, oh, not go, sorry. I need to do attach. Attach. Attach to Realm Server 10, why not? Doesn't matter which one. And then I hit break. And I need to find out which thread's which. Whoa. Oh, I forgot. The orchestrator kills it if it, we have to kill the orchestrator then first. Shoot, how do I do that? I have to just do it manually with, Task Manager. I'm using Process Explorer. It's the same thing. So let me find it and kill it. Kill it with fire. Where are you? Orchestrator. There you are. So, killing orchestrator. So that stops, but the Realm servers are still going. So I would do attach Realm server 10 and break. That's the main thread. Don't care about that one. Which thread is which? Which one is this? Thank you for that subscription, New York. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. I'll try to have a good stream for you if I figure this stuff out. Right now I'm kind of stuck. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Which worker thread? Okay, this is the web gate. I don't care about that one. Which one's this one? This is a problem that I was working with someone and they had a clever way of like renaming threads so that we knew which one is which. And I kind of wish that I paid more attention to what he was doing. Okay, this is the worker thread of the Twitch bot. You don't need that one. Which one is this? The executor worker thread. Don't care. This is the timekeeper. Don't care about that. Aha. No, this is the web server. There are two different kinds of servers. There's the web server and there's the Raft server. That is, don't know. Another timekeeper. Aha, Raft. So where are we stuck on? Condition variable wait for. A very large number. That's the problem. We're waiting for a very large number of seconds. Okay. So I have a bug somewhere in my calculation for next worker time in milliseconds, obviously. Oh, do I need to subtract now from them? Oh, I feel so dumb now. I think that is an absolute time in seconds of all things. So I need to actually convert to milliseconds and be relative to the current time is what I need to do. Okay, so start the orchestrator again and then kill everything. And then search for that. Yeah, what the heck am I thinking here? This is not a time in milliseconds. This is an absolute time in seconds from 1970. It should be that minus now. Actually, if I calculate them all the same way, I can change it from timeout to next wake up time, right? All right, yeah, that. Yeah, maybe that's better because these are all absolute times. Yeah, let's just do it that way. So let me change this from next worker timeout milliseconds to next worker timeout time. Timeout time? Next worker wake time? Wake time. Wake up time. Wake up time. Wake up, people. Wake up, sheeple. And then let me just convert this to a double and say this is the time according to the server's timekeeper when the worker thread should wake up. Should wake up next. Wake up to process the next job. There we go. Sheeple, exactly. No, you're not a sheeple. And I need to remove the mins, don't I? Or, I mean the floors. So it's just that. And then it's not exactly that. And it's not that either. This will be double. And this needs to be that minus now. I don't have now. I would get it that way. And then that needs to be converted to milliseconds. So it's that times 1,000. How come this doesn't like the type? I think it wants int. We'll give it int. So int floor this times 1,000. Okay, and then this is double. And remove the floors. And conversions to int. And this should be 0.0. Okay, let's try this. Hey, the epic unknown. How are you doing? I am working to do some refactoring, some performance improvements, and looks like I broke another unit test. Grant vote request greater term win leader. Oh, this is the same thing, right? Yeah, this is sensitive to that. Yeah, how do I fix that? The problem is the moment we advance the time, we could have the leader do a retransmit. So, shoot. Yeah, that's a problem. I bet, yeah, this is spurious now. It'll sometimes fail because we're racing the worker thread. I don't know how to fix this one. because I need the time to be advanced for this vote to be accepted. But if at the moment I advance this time, the server, since it's the leader, could send out a retransmission, and so this would fail. Right? It's 4 messages, not 1. It's Friday. It's the epic day of the week, right? I don't know how to fix this. I need to think about how to fix that, and nothing's coming to me right now. So I'm going to think about how to fix Raft test that one. This has a race condition between advancing the time to make the vote request valid and the leader sending out retransmissions. I mean, I think it always had that race. It's just now it's a lot easier to hit it. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's just a bad test. Let's just try it. Let's just run it. Okay, so I did this right. I can do updater serve. Then after it installs, I do analyze profiler, start, close output window, then serve again. The one that's being profiled will be the leader if this actually times out correctly. What if we get a negative number? I shouldn't ever get a negative number, but what if I do? I should probably guard against that. Anyway, it's running and collecting data. And actually, can I log into the thing? Let's see. If I do an incognito window, just to load up the server a little bit, right? Log in with username. There we go. Let's load down the server a bit by walking around in this test area. We've probably been running long enough, right? So we can hit Control C on this and get some datas. You reinstalled your graphics drivers because you had some problems and it killed USB support. And now it seems it brought on the CPU, the 206 degree Celsius temperature sensor reading. You think it was your graphics drivers? I don't know. It sounds like a coincidence to me. All right, so this is the region that I really care about. View in the call tree, and we can reduce that down. So let's see what our biggest users of the CPU are. Coordinator, sorry, that's the game systems. This is the executor worker making snapshots, right? Also, it's Raft. Oh, wow. 15%? Eee. That's bad. It's worse than it was before. Shoot. Well, that's really discouraging. It was between 9 and 10, now it's 15%. Let's see where it is. Well, that sucks. Improve the problem exactly. Something tells me there's some problem with the math. Would it be too bad if I did a diagnostic message printing that out? Let's get it right here. Const auto sleep time milliseconds equals that. And then I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Diagnostic or shared diagnostic sender, send formatted message. Now sleeping for at milliseconds. And then use that here. I'm going to regret this. It's going to be like spamming the window, isn't it? Did it actually build anything? It did. Okay, fine. Reserve. A reserve, really. What? Actually, it doesn't seem like it's waiting that long. Why would most of the time be spent in the wait when these numbers aren't that absurd? Huh. And I can play, the game is playable now, right? Okay, so it doesn't seem that bad, except for there was an initial large negative number. I don't get it then. It's really not waiting for that much time. What server became the leader there? I do have to deal with these negative numbers. I guess what we'll do there is we'll just not wait at all. Or we'll cap it at 0. Timeout happens on server 10. The server 10 was going to wait how long? 10 seconds. Yeah, that's the election timeout. Yeah, and it didn't wake up again until the timeout happened, right? These messages are out of order. It's these times I should be looking at. They're out of order a little bit. Yeah, so it really did wait for 10 seconds and then woke up and timed out. And then there's a shorter timeouts because those are retransmissions, and these are longer timeouts because those are the other servers on their election timeout. And probably the reason why they're waking up is they're receiving messages from the leader again. Hmm. 0 minus now initially. I think I just should just say if it's negative, make it not wait at all. I mean but that wouldn't cause. Okay, how do I get the bottom of this? Okay, that wouldn't cause it to use CPU, would it? Okay, I guess I don't need that anymore, but we can say if this is negative, or if this is positive, then actually wait. I don't need all these sessions. Close. Is there a close all? Close all. Close all. No. There we go. Build solution. Thank you for that follow. I'm kind of confused why the numbers are so bad. All right. And analyze performance profiler start and serve again after the main one has run a few seconds. And then we'll do a more fair test where I'll move around more. Because what it could be is if we're not doing anything in the game, it might be that that's all that the server really ends up doing is doing heartbeat messages and waking up for that. Because it's not a percentage of the actual CPU, it's a percentage of the CPU time the game actually spent. If the game is sleeping more and doing less work, then the numbers could get inflated because it's a percentage of a smaller number. I mean, to get a better picture, I might have to do instrumentation and actually calculate the amount of time it's spending. How would I do that, though? I really wouldn't know how much time it's actually spent sleeping and how much time it's spent getting the mutex and releasing the mutex and all that kind of stuff. It's probably enough datas. Yes, please stop it. Thank you. All right. Let's grab this section where we're actually doing something. Again, 22%. It's this waiting for work, going to the condition variable 14% of the time. Why, right? Is this predicate very expensive or something? I don't understand. I guess I could count the number of times we actually called that and see if it's a reasonable number. I'm starting to not know if I should trust these numbers. Huh. That's weird. I don't know if I can trust it. Hey there, Cthulhu. Yeah, well, I think this design is better. It's not waiting like the RPC timeout all the time. It will, if it knows it has nothing to wait for, it will wait like the maximum amount of time. I guess it's a little better. But why are the numbers looking so horrible? Why is that like, yeah, why is it so much time? I don't know. My only thought is to just make this predicate simpler. That we can just do it without a predicate. Yeah, what happens if I just do it without a predicate? Because the predicate is really just allowing us to sleep more often. But what if I just tell it? What if I think the predicate's complicated? What if I just do it without the predicate? So like that. The only bad thing that could be doing is just waking up more often than it needs to. But then it should just go back to sleep. I don't know. Let's see. It's quick and easy for me to try, so I'm going to try it. Update serve in order to install. Then Performance profilers, start, goodbye output window. Serve again. And then play. Play the game. Here we go, logging in. I'm on server 12, client 1. Walking around this dimly lit area with bright lights. And then we're stopping the game and we're looking at the datas. Huh. What are these spikes for? Let's just pick this subset where we're more active. And yeah, view and call tree. Still 9% weight just for that? Why? Is recursive lock just really, really expensive or something? Every time you see the game, you're reminded of games when I was a kid. Yeah, so it's modeled after the Ultima games. That's maybe why. Did you play Ultima 3, 4, and 5? Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so I'm heavily inspired by that. If you look at my notebook on overview and then what is the game, it's inspired by Ultima. My favorite was Ultima 5, and I had a picture of Ultima 4, I think, right here. So that was my inspiration. What the heck? Why is this taking up 9.27% of our program? Oh, the notes? Yeah. It just explains where a little bit of my background, why I'm doing this stuff. This is really bugging me because none of the other threads I have spend time waiting. They spend time working, not waiting. In fact, I could probably see that if I go to this and I do view caller callee. Oh, I only use that in one place. But I use the other one more often, right? Actually, you might not see it because this is a special template. It's for recursive mutex also. Okay, what if we put it back the way it was? I'll run it one more time. Build. Let's close everything. Updater, serve. And then profile. Then wait for the game to come up. So one reason I'm spending so much time optimizing and profiling is I'm running the servers on AWS, and I'm running it on the free tier. And on the free tier, you have you're limited to a one core system, and you can't even use the entire core. If you do, you get throttled. So I'm trying to stay under the CPU throttle, which is effectively 10% sustained CPU usage. So I have to be pretty aggressive on cutting down CPU usage for stupid things like waiting, or waking up and polling constantly, that kind of thing. The wait is okay because that means our program's not running. It's sitting there waiting to be scheduled to run. It's the overhead of waking up, going to sleep, and all that stuff, which is what this thread was doing. And I don't really know now. I don't know if I can trust this profiler tool because I guess I could just count the number of times, because I can do the counting myself. How many times we enter this condition variable wait. Yeah, nothing else calls it. I'm just starting to wonder, is this measuring the information correctly, or Is it just really expensive to do this with a recursive mutex? %15 of the time. This worker has to stop only happens once. Worker loop condition or completion is only happening in the debugger when we're debugging. So it's going to be this event queue. That event queue is when the Raft is actually asked to do something, which would be not that often, really. Every quarter second or half second or something. So why would it? Why? I mean, could it be something simple like that? Overall, we really aren't taking a lot of time anymore. I don't know. I mean, if we look at this overall, the CPU usage is pretty low. Like, what if I zoom in? Can I zoom in here? Like on just this little section here. What is this doing? Oh, this is when we're doing a snapshot. But when we're doing a snapshot, we are doing these other things. It's still 4%. The hell? Why? Why is it? This is a very slim amount of time too, right? Only a quarter, less than half a second selected. And yet it's still going into that 5 times. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. I was capturing this data before. Did I just not look at this close enough? Oh, wait a minute. Look at that. It didn't wait. It actually woke up and tried to wait again. Oh, the difference between this is only 5 milliseconds, and then this is like 4.4 milliseconds later. It's being woken up a lot. I think that's the thing. It's waking up too many times. Yeah, the time difference between these is not very much. But then here's one where it didn't wake up for almost a second. That's correct. Huh. I wonder if I ought to just have 2 worker threads. One that deals with timeouts, because they are not that frequent, and the other one that handles the event queue. Thinking of making a derivative incremental game. Anyone have any ideas? Something makes a currency, something makes the first thing, something makes that second. I don't really understand. Do you mean like a sort of idle game? Where, you sparked a memory of an idle game that was working with currencies. Oh, really? Or talking about a factorial-like game? I'm fresh out of ideas. An idle-like game. Oh, I see. I don't have any ideas right now, though. I think I will try to split this into 2 threads. Because I think a lot of the time it's that event queue that we got to worry about. So how would I do that? Let me think about this. It's in the worker loop body, right? So these are timeout based. This one is not. So what if I have something that just does the event queue? Furthermore, actually, I can do it with a lockless structure that doesn't require me to constantly get the lock to put stuff into the queue. When I process it, I'll need to hold the lock, though. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. That's the whole point. I don't need to lock at all. Yeah. So this will be an experiment, that this will be its own thing. So rather than higher tier things making the currency like cookie clicker, first tier makes the currency, second tier makes the first tier objects. Oh, I see. Tons of things you want to do, but no base ID to make it off of. It's sort of like me, I think, that you almost need to partner with someone who's really creative and can come up with ideas and not necessarily implement them, and then you would be the implementer. Some days I really think that I ought to partner with a creative person to do the like the story, the other kinds of content, and then I would just focus on implementing it. Let someone else come up with the cool ideas, and then I'll make them a reality. Okay, so it's all going to revolve around event queue. Well, it would allow me to, not to make my job easier, but it would let me do fewer jobs. If I just did implementation jobs and someone else did the creative jobs. We do this all over the place. The most frequent one is going to be the commands that are replicating, right? So actually, this should be a pretty good improvement, because we'll no longer need to worry about this stuff, right? What do these events do, really? Oh, this is feedback. Yeah, so there's no reason. I never even need to have the mutex at all for this stuff. So yeah, this should be this will probably be a good idea. In fact, yeah, we're gonna ditch this queue and use the lockless one that I have set up. All right, so let's pull it in. That is async data. Rerun cmake. Configuration done. Okay, so we're gonna pull that into here. Why is it building everything just because I brought that dependency in? I have no idea. Okay, anyway. This is here. So, here's where we need to include it. Include async data multi-producer single consumer queue. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? Wasn't lock, unlock swapped? It's a little bit confusing. Let me wave to Resubaka first. So the reason you saw that, I believe, let's go back there, is we're using the lock to protect access to this event queue. And so what I did is I just swapped out the queue. And now that we have our own copy of it, or we have the old queue, and then what we're sharing with everyone else has a new queue, we can release the lock, because what the whole point of this is to not be holding the lock when we publish to our subscribers, because these subscribers, when they receive the event that we're publishing, might re-enter the server, and or might actually it's to prevent a deadlock. If this will grab someone else's mutex, and then they try to re-enter us, and then we try to grab our mutex, it might lock with another thread that is doing that in the reverse order. So I have a rule of thumb that I follow these days, where if you call subscribers or any kind of callback, you're not allowed to hold the mutex, and that's been for me the cleanest way to avoid deadlock between threads. So that's why there's an unlock, to prevent a deadlock, and that's why I swap the entire event queue before I start looping through it, so that this is not the same one we're pushing into anymore, right? And we relock to balance the unlock, so that this whole thing is assumed to be you it's called when this mutex is already locked. I'm doing all right, Resubaka. I'm struggling with my own poor designs around multi-threading. I'm going to try to make it better right now. We're going to use a lockless data structure that I made that doesn't require mutex at all, and we should be able to clean up all this garbage. I shouldn't need this at all. In fact, I don't even need to do the swapping of the queue in the first place. Well, I hope I explained that all right. If I didn't, let me know, because I really need the feedback. Okay, it's this. It's hold on. It's this one. We're gonna change this to async data long name. It's so long. Let's wrap this. Whoops. Okay, I almost hit a shortcut key that would mute my mic. I want to make sure that didn't happen. I'm not muted. No, I'm not. Okay. Okay, so everywhere that that's used, it's going to break. So I think it's .add instead of push now. And we don't need to notify this at all, do we? Oh, no, it's going to be a different condition we notify, right? Yeah. Actually, do I even need a condition? I need to wake the thing up, so I suppose yes. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. First, the structure. Add. Okay, and so we don't need to do this. Look at that! A squared. You subscribed. Well, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I'm giving a good stream and that you're willing to subscribe to. It's September. You think not subscribing is illegal? Well, this September is not as great as last year, right? Last year was like you could continue a sub for $1 or something. But yeah, it's September. That's true. All right, so we're not going to need to swap this queue because I don't need the lock at all, actually. We'll keep the unlock there, but I will substitute it with this is empty. And then this is not a front, it's a remove. And how does remove work again? It just returns it, yes. And I don't need to do that. And that gives us the shared pointer. Okay. I don't need this swap. I do need to sample the subscriber list, though. And this needs to be shared in front, doesn't it? Cool. In fact, I'll need the lock for that in anyway. That's fine. That part's fine. Yes, you get a bunch of fun emotes as well. You also get my reverse EJ, and you can wave at random people on Twitter, or I mean Twitch. They'll be like, "Who's that dude with the messy gray goatee?" All right. Continuing on here, this should be is empty. Hey there, Salih. Yeah, where you can wave at people with my face, and they'll be like, "Who is that dude?" This is irrelevant. Okay, this should just build and it should still work. It just takes the place of standard queue now. But the real work I want to do is have this done by someone else. So, where is my worker thread now? It's this worker, right? I want to have 2 threads then. In fact, I want to duplicate this worker wake condition. I want to have 2 workers, so I want to name this worker something. We'll call him the timeout worker. and stop timeout worker, and then timeout worker condition. Next work wake up time. Next, I guess we'll just say next timeout. This is the time, according to the service timekeeper, when the next job or the next timeout will occur. Timeout. Timeout's one word, right? Some people, one word. Other people, two words. Looks like I'm a one word timeout kind of guy. All right. So this is going to break a bunch of things, isn't it? Just look where all the things that are broken. Okay, so I can search for that. So this replaces with timeout worker condition. And then stop worker, right? But only within Raft. That's replaced with stop timeout worker. And then worker, right? Oh, not all of these things. Timeout worker. Oh, I can just hit, oh, that's convenient. There we go. And just skip all the ones that I don't want to change. That's convenient. I like that. And then it's this next timeout. What was the old name for it? Next work. Yeah, that's it. That one goes to next timeout. Cool. Now that things are named a little bit out of the way. And I can look here. Okay, we're going to make a new thread that just does the event queue. So I think I just need to copy these three, make them down here. This thread, okay, let me be specific about this. This thread performs any jobs as a jobs needed when anything times out, such as the election timer, retransmission timers, etc. This thread publishes any events in the event queue. There we go. Yes, I'm trying to reduce the CPU usage. So right now, Cthulhu, I haven't been able to conquer this wait for work taking up a large amount of time. And this is the smallest I've seen today, but it's still like way too much. The fact that that just this waiting for a condition variable takes that much time is just bad. Oh, I think it's only showing a narrow version of it because I reduced the window there. Does that fix it? Yeah, see, it's like taking an absurd amount of time. Here. 15% of our CPU is just going into and out of this condition variable wait. And so I was looking at the log. I made printing out some additional diagnostics. I saw that the amount of time we're sleeping is not that short. So, but then there's a lot of extra wake ups. Like you can see these two messages. They're only 4 milliseconds apart. Even though the next timeout was 480 milliseconds, it woke up after 4 milliseconds. And the only reason it would do that is the event queue needed to be processed. So I'm splitting it into two threads. One that deals with timeouts and the other one that does the event queue. The one that does the event queue is going to be more streamlined, where It doesn't need to get the mutex as often. It's only if I can get away with using the mutex at all, that'd be great. But I don't know how to do that with condition variable requires a mutex. But it's just going to do one thing, and hopefully it won't take so much CPU. What if you sleep the thread for a small amount of time? The problem is that it's the number of times it has to wake up and go to sleep, I think, is what's consuming CPU. Either that or my or this tool is not giving me good numbers. According to this tool, if I read it correctly, it's saying that when it hits a breakpoint and the thread is not asleep, it's most of the time sitting in this function. It's working on something in that function. So it's like locking or unlocking the mutex or calling the predicate or doing whatever. Because the time when the thread is actually asleep should not be counted at all. It's only when the thread is scheduled to run. So it's scheduled to run, but it's in the process of either falling asleep or waking up because of this. So there's something about this that's making it expensive. I'm trying to simplify it to avoid that problem. This thread publishes. In fact, I think I'm gonna use a different mutex, one that's not recursive, because recursive mutex is expensive. So I'm just gonna make this that. And I need to change the names, right? This will be the event queue worker, and this will set when the event queue worker. I need to update these two. Timeout worker thread should stop. This is notified whenever the timeout worker thread is asked to stop or to wake up. Okay. This is notified whenever, let's just say the event queue is no longer empty. In fact, I can let me think about this. I can make it so that it doesn't always signal it, only when it goes between empty and not empty. So this would be event queue not empty. Oh wait, I also wanted to use it for stopping the thread. Oh wait a minute, no, I have that. What if I combine these two? Yeah, let's combine these two. So this is event queue wake up. Wake condition. This is notified whenever the event queue is no longer empty and when the event queue worker thread should stop. Then let's make another mutex. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in here, isn't it? This is too generic of a name. Oh, hey there. You got sponged? How are you doing? Happy Friday. I'm doing something that potentially bad, making another mutex. Oh, look at that. That's the third sub or fourth sub. I'm losing count. Today is like the sub train day. Thank you for that subscription. You got sponged. I appreciate the support. Where did I put that queue? Here it is. This is used to synchronize access to... Actually, it really doesn't belong here, does it? Yeah, let me see if I can get away with putting it up here. With the worker itself. This is used to synchronize access to the event queue worker thread. Oh, thank you. You did the authenticator. It works nicely. I'm glad. Yeah, so the features waiting to go into production now are login with Twitch and the light and shadow system, which is actually working pretty well now. Time for a 30-minute build of Chromium to check one bug. You know what that means? That means a 30-minute coffee break. So I wanted this to be a simpler mutex. And then need to make this have a special name, event queue mutex. All right, let's see what I can do here. So where do we start the thing? Stop, I guess if I look for stop timeout worker, that would be a good start. Okay, there's where we spin the threads. So we're going to spin the other thread too. This is event queue worker. Oh, I should make these specific, right? So timeout worker, event queue worker. And there's where we join them. So really these should be narrowed, and I can get rid of the unlock, right? And then I can make, oh, excuse me, make that a lock guard. And I can do the same thing for the other threads. So this is lock guard event queue mutex. And if, why do I have a return here? Oh, and this should go, oh, that's right. We have to unlock it before we join. Lock, unlock. Otherwise we block it. That means this does have to be a unique lock. If it's joinable, then do this stuff. Like that. Okay, let me copy this down here. Event queue mutex. If event queue worker, and then that capitalized there. Event queue wake condition. That's a bad name. Let's make that event queue condition. Well, event queue worker wake condition. More coffee is more fun tonight, really? Has no member. Oh, I forgot to make this the stop flag. Oops. Yeah. Oh, it was a promise before. Yeah, I just need a boolean, don't I? Yeah. This indicates whether, or if I could just spell correctly, whether or not the event queue worker thread should be stopped, or should stop. Stop event queue worker. Cool. Okay. So that's just that equals true. Notify it. Release the lock to join it. Okay. So what I called worker is really timeout worker. And we're going to have another one here. I should probably rename these two. Timeout worker body. And wait for work should be wait for timeout work. And then we're good. And then this is event queue worker. This runs in a thread which publishes any events pushed into the event queue. There we go. Coffee keeps you wired for quite a while, even after years of drinking it every day. Oh, that's good. So it's still effective. A lot of people, the effectiveness wears off. Ooh, what happened here? Oh, because this doesn't no longer has the right name. There we go. Fixed. And this is the other one, event queue worker. And I didn't break anything, right? Just build to make sure I didn't break anything. Good. All right, so this has a similar look. This should be timeout worker thread started, timeout worker thread stopping. This would be event queue worker thread started, event queue worker thread ending. And then this is, instead of shared mutex, it is event queue mutex. And we don't need to do this stuff. And it's while not stop event queue worker. Right, so then we're going to do event queue wake condition wait. Lock, comma, and the predicate. This, I think. Return either stop or event queue. Was it shared? Event queue, it's not empty. And then the rest of it's just do it. Do it. So where's the do it stuff? Oh, I wonder if I'm going to have one of these two. Or I'm going to break all my tests. You know, I'll probably end up breaking all my tests. So it's this line here. Moves down to there. And process event queue needs a lock. Okay, this is a different kind of lock. Event queue. Wait a minute, why is this? Oh, it's shared. No, it's not. What did I name it? Event queue mutex. How come it didn't like that? Oh, because it's probably declared that way too? Yeah. Cool. So we sample the subscribers. Then remove and call all of the things in the queue. And then return. And if only I can get rid of that lock. I still need the lock because of this condition variable. Is there any other way I can do this without the lock? Not that I could think of. Oh, hey there, CM Griffin. How are you doing? Do I have a command for you yet? I keep wanting to make one, and I forget to do it. So CM Griffin made the chat overlay you see up there. It's called Stream Parrot, and you should check out his stream where he's either working on features of this chat overlay, or he is working on the marketing site for it. I'm okay. I'm sort of so-so this week. Borderlands 3 came out yesterday, and I was playing with Ski Dog because he was really looking forward to playing it, and I don't know if a whole lot of other people were willing to play it, so it was just the two of us playing it yesterday. It was really cool, I think. I think you'll like it if you haven't already played it. You just got it too? Nice. You still waiting for it? Amazon? Eh? Borderlands 3 is through the Epic Store, isn't it? Haven't started yet. Oh, what? You got sponged. What are you waiting for exactly through Amazon? Oh, I see. I'm so used to just playing stuff on the PC that I forget for PS4 you have to order it differently. I really hope that this gains me some CPU back. but now I'm not so sure. Okay. I really want to get rid of this lock. I can't think of how to do it now. Would have done it for your PC, but don't trust your specs. They want to spend the 50 for it, somehow not to run. Yeah, that's a good point. I think I need to go through all the places where this event queue is touched now. Yeah, because we have to signal the other. Oh, this is going to be more complicated, isn't it? Dang it. I need to get the other mutex just to signal the thread. So, oh shoot. Maybe I just take these two lines and put them in another function, and then this will be a little bit cleaner. Yeah, what if I have another function up here saying add to event queue, and it's this thing, and we can make it consume it too. Whoops. Hit like the wrong key there, and it opened up a command window. Event. Actually, I guess that'll fit on one line, barely. I'll document later. Famous last words. Server ample add. So this is too long. I'm going to wrap that, even though I don't need to. And take these two and put them there. This is event queue. Standard move that. And then this is wait a minute. Which one's which? This one. And then we have to do this with a guard. So standard lock guard decal type that lock that. Cool. And then I want to use that wherever I was doing this manually. So it would be this standard move message to be sent. Do that everywhere here. And this is this one. A little cleaner, even if I go back to not I should have done this all along, because the add and then the signal go together, right? So I should have done that from the beginning. Caught up event. Good. Snapshot installed event. Good. Oh, I'm looking at the function itself. All right. I think I'm done. So that adds it, and then this removes it, or processes it. And is that it? I feel like I'm missing something. Not really. Just do it. I think this is going to break a lot of my unit tests, because my unit tests wait for certain things, but it might not. Let's see. Ooh. I think we've got a deadlock. Why would we get a deadlock on this one? Why is that deadlocking? Huh. So what is the thread doing that is never waking up? All right, that's the event. That's the one new thread we added. So this is the other one. What the heck? Why is it there? Hold on. Is that that's a false? What then? What the heck? Why is this one stuck? Wait, is this never getting to the next line? Oh, that's weird. It is stuck there. It's not getting out. Oh, is this just constantly looping? It could be. I could have screwed this one up. Go. Oh, that's interesting. It's never hitting me. No, the breakpoint thing is just not working. What's the next timeout? 0.2. All right, fine. Sleep milliseconds is 0. Why is it 0? What's the current time? Interesting. 0.2099. Why is this 0 then? Oh, because it's too close to 1 millisecond. Maybe I need to do a ceiling here. Hold on. I need to take a break anyway. Let me take a break and I'll be right back. Hold on, where is this? I'll be right back in a minute or two. All right, I think I know what it is. Do you need wait condition at all? Can't event queue work or be running forever and consuming processing events one at a time? Well, the problem is when it runs out of things to process. So let's say that this was empty, right? This is true, so that becomes false, so we're not waiting at all. This will just constantly be using CPU to check that it'll end up busy waiting until it's no longer empty. So I don't want that. If the queue becomes empty, I want it to sleep and wait until it becomes not empty. That's the problem. But this problem, I think, is that the worker throw is never going to sleep because it constantly thinks it needs to time out. I'm surprised this didn't break before. because yeah, this is a 0, so it's not going to sleep at all. Unless I did my math wrong. Let me think about this. .21, essentially. And then what is this one? 0.2099. So the difference would be 0. Can't do this in my head. I don't know why. Minus 0.2099. Oh, it's a tenth of a millisecond. It's not even a millisecond. But it's past the timeout, right? No, it's not quite at the timeout yet. That's the problem. I have too many zeros in there. Yep. So, question is why wasn't I seeing that problem, like deadlock, before? Don't know why. Wonder if I'm gonna have a bunch of other tests that are the same way. Probably. Yeah, it's like the worker thread, it doesn't think it's time to go to sleep yet, and we're not advancing the time, right? Oh, it says 92. Wait, then why is it stuck? Is it not stuck? Hold on. I don't get it. Oh, wait. I think I might know what it is. I think I forgot to update the predicate that I use. Where is that? Yeah, this thing. I forgot about that. It no longer needs to wait for that. But that wasn't it. Shoot. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's 0 again. Shoot. Well, that's an odd time. Why is the next time at that? It's just round floating point rounding error. Oh, it's probably the election timeout. Yes. Oh, yeah, a lot of these tests are going to be very sensitive to this. It's deadlocks that are happening because this wait needs to grab this mutex, and that mutex is not coming free because time is not moving in the test framework. It's simulated and it's not moving. How are we going to fix that? I don't know. I guess this code is assuming time is moving every time I do that. So what? I would make the bin interval larger? Dang it. This is just not my day. Hold on. Stop. What if I do that? It's just strange that we're getting to that condition where time where it gets stuck here, where it's 0. Well, there it's not 0. It's 0 again. Shoot. Is it just it's very close? Okay, because it's random. Oh, how am I gonna do this then? It's always gonna hit the condition where it's the worker thread won't relinquish the mutex because it thinks that there's something to time out on, or that something's close enough to time out on. Actually, maybe it's the close enough part that's the problem. So it would be what? This floor turning into a ceiling? I think that's it. It has to be at least, yeah. If I turn it into ceiling, then even if it's anything at all above 0, it'll go to 1 millisecond, and so it'll at least relinquish the lock once. Thing is, it's gonna fight the other thread. I don't like that. Actually, no, it's not. It's gonna wake once and then, well, no. It still might fight the other thread. Okay. And put this back to where it was. It's just that the test it's going to take a while. 1.9 seconds. Okay. It's just the test is going to take a while to run. That's the downside. And some stuff broke. Shoot. Oh, this one I knew was breaking, right? Is it breaking all the time now? It's always breaking now. What about this one? Yeah, they're just spurious. Spuriously breaking. Sometimes passing, sometimes not. Yeah, okay. I need to rethink how I do. These all depend on this wait for one worker loop, which is a problem. This is assuming this will cause the worker thread loop to run once, but it might not. In fact, we're waiting too early. It might have already run once, and then this causes it to like. What am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Let me put this problem on the side for a second, and we'll just see if I'm just going to assume all these failures are because the test framework, when it uses this wait for one worker loop that's broken right now. But otherwise, the thing that we're testing, it functionally should still work. This is gonna be a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We're just gonna try running it in release build. Let's close all windows. What am I doing on time? 2 hours, 25 minutes? I don't know if I'll go the full 4 hours a day. If I get too frustrated with this, I'll probably take a break early. Why do you need a wake condition at all? You cannot event queue worker be running forever. But if it runs and there's nothing to do, it'll just take up all the CPU it can, just constantly polling. I don't want it to be polling. That's the whole point. So I should maybe just show that. Down here, right? If the event queue is empty and this doesn't do anything, this is just constantly gonna poll. So I need to have this wait so it stops the polling. Does that make sense? If it's constantly polling to see if it's empty, and if it's not empty, do something. Then if the thread never sleeps, it's gonna end up taking all of the CPU. That's just you have to get the thread to sleep when there's nothing to do. So when it sleeps is when this is empty, and it's the inverse of this, right? This is when to wake up. So when to sleep would be that it's not told to stop, and this is empty. If we didn't do this, if I just did that, it will just use up all the CPU, even if there's nothing to process, because it's just going to be constantly locking and unlocking the mutex and checking this empty. And doing that like millions of times a second. Wow. What did I change that would require everything to be rebuilt by that, like that? Did I change the public interface somehow? It didn't. Oh, is it the CMake list? No? It's weird. It thinks it needs to rebuild everything. Like WebGate, I didn't touch that at all, did I? Yeah. That's weird. It's weird that Visual Studio needs to think everything needs to be rebuilt. There we go. That's what I expected the first time. Okay. I need to do some research, actually. I would like to get rid of this condition variable and this lock entirely, because inside here, this thing is now my lockless data structure. It doesn't require a lock. The only reason I have the lock is to do the wait, to synchronize with the wake condition. Okay, did I do the procedure right? Yes, so then this would be analyze, start, close output. And then did that launch it? Yes, it did. Start number 2 and 3. There we go. Not crashing. We're in the game. We're in. The fact that I can move around in the game and that things are happening like that is a good sign. So if this works and the CPU usage goes down, then the thing I need to do is rethink how I do simulating time in the test framework, because I broke it. If this doesn't improve the CPU usage, then I got other problems. Like figuring out what's wrong with my tools or why why is this stuck? Oh, that took a lot longer than it usually does. Let's just take this window of time here. View and call tree. That's the coordinator. Okay, here we go. It's still taking a lot of... And this is 2. I'm disappointed. Why is this taking so long? Can I trust this number now? Maybe I really should be counting it. The number of times it's done. This is the new thread. Well, at least most of this time is not spent waiting, right? Or is it? No, it's still spending time waiting. It's these condition variables. They're expensive, I guess. When we're actually processing it, basically it's in the subscribers where it's spending all the time, right? Spending a little time copying the subscriber list. Most of our time calling subscribers. Yeah, I just don't know if I can trust that number. Hey there, Clumsy and Kanio7. I'm struggling to understand why a lot of time in my game server is spent in the overhead of waiting for a condition variable. And the only thing I can think of are 2 possibilities. Either this is happening a lot more frequently than I think, or this number is just wrong, that this tool is not correct. How do I tell the difference? I guess we'll just put an account. Or like I had before, a little diagnostic message whenever it actually does sleep. So where would that be? The wait for work, right? Wait for timeout work. Right here. So every time this happens, let's just print something. So shared diagnostic sender, send formatted message. I did this before, and I will do it again. Waiting for next timeout in that milliseconds. Sleep time milliseconds. I'm just going to run this in debug mode. I'm not going to bother profiling it. So that's reserve. Where is that? There it is. So this long time where it's sitting here, it's actually parsing the game state. And then when it gets to connecting, that means it's done parsing. And then it's dumping out the messages that it had been collecting up to that point. That's why the timestamps are all wrong. They're off by many seconds. And here's where we have the server timeout, and then we have the cluster elect a leader. And now here we have the actual. So it's really not that happening that often. When this is every time it starts to wait. So I think then my numbers are just wrong. I think the performance measurements numbers are just incorrect. Because it's really not going into that wait for condition variable very often. Like, for the leader, it's like twice a second. That's not going to be using a lot of CPU. I don't believe it. Yeah, and for the follower servers, it is the leader is 11, right? The follower servers, it's only every 10 seconds that it wakes up. Basically, on the election timer, right? Shouldn't it be waking up a lot more frequently? Let me think about this. Yeah, it should be waking up more frequently. Why isn't it? Hmm. When this is set, right? Uh, well, actually, well, when when this is set to false. Yeah, we're waking it up, aren't we? That's weird. This should be happening a lot. We should be receiving a lot of messages. Maybe is this early returning or something? No. That should cause it to wake up. Oh, wait. It's going to wake up and then reevaluate the predicate, isn't it? That's the problem. It's reint. Okay, this is bad. The logic is bad here. It's actually looping here. That's the problem. I can't use wait for, and I won't get this. This is only going to be when we enter wait for, but wait for itself can loop on this predicate, right? If we look up what wait for does. I had that over here somewhere. Yeah. Wait for. Talks about it being the equivalent of a loop, right? Where does it say that? Equivalent to return wait until. So wait until it's equivalent to this loop. Really, I want that loop in my code. What's my overall performance concern? Is that this wait here is using too much CPU, just entering and exiting the wait. So it's the overhead of this condition variable or this unique lock, which is locking a recursive mutex, is just too much overhead. What command am I using? Conemu. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of want this, don't I? If I'm debugging this. So let me comment that out. This is what they say the equivalent is. So we have predicate. And then it's this dot wait until. And then the timeout time is this. Actually, we need to reevaluate it each time, don't we? That's the problem. Yeah, this is completely... Maybe that's why my unit tests are failing. The timeout time is incorrect. The way this is done. No instance takes that. Why not? What? What? Oh, is it because of this? I actually don't care about the return value. So this should be void. And then I don't need the comparison. Doesn't like this for some reason. Cool, I'm working from performance. Yeah, but it's tough. And I have a hard time even explaining it to people. What does the compiler not like about that? Cannot convert argument 2 from milliseconds to const x times star? What the hell? Wait until a lock and a time. Oh, time point. Shoot. Yeah, okay. I gotta convert it into a time point somehow. I don't know how to do that. Oh, I just add? I just take now and add? Okay. I can do that. I guess we get it here. Const auto now. Yeah, standard chrono, and what we're using, a system clock? Now? And now plus that. Okay. And then the bug in here, okay, there are a couple things. We want to move this code around here, right? And it's only if it's greater than 0. So we do this calculation here and outdent this stuff. Because we're resampling this time, right? Okay. That's my alignment issue there. We figure out how long we're going to sleep. If we're sleeping at all, then we do this, we do the wait until. So we're doing one sleep. Wait, where's my predicate? Oh, wait a minute, no, that's the whole point, is we're not using a predicate. We're waiting either until it's signaled or until this amount of time elapses, taking care of spurious waits, right? Then we're going up and reevaluating the predicate, and when we do that, because we might have woken up because this changed, we're recomputing the sleep time. Okay, so this is better. I wonder if when I do this now, I'm going to see a lot of extra wake ups, and then that'll explain the CPU usage, and then maybe something I'm doing stupid. And what is it doing now? Did I completely screw this up? It should have said it was waiting. Eh? Oh, I am supposed to use the return value, aren't I? It's gonna be dead. It's gonna be screwed up. I'm supposed to return if where is it again? Wait for. Well, thank you for that follow. Where was the code that I was looking at before? Was it wait until? No. I lost it. Where was I looking? What was I looking at before? Oh, this. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong thing then. I have the wrong code. I'm just being too impulsive right now. This is equivalent to return wait until now plus the relative time using the predicate, and then wait until with the 3-argument version is equivalent to this, the 2-argument version with a loop. But we have, if it's equal to timeout we want to break out. That's the part I'm missing. So I do need to look at the return value here. If that equals standard CV status timeout, then break. And I should probably put something in here saying we're, well, no. Yeah, I should have something on the else, right? Say, we're not waiting. We don't need to do a formatted one. Next timeout is now. There we go. You're the best developer? Okay. I don't need to be the best developer. You can be the best developer. That's fine. Ooh, there we go. There's a problem. It constantly thinks it should be timing out. Not good. Why does it think that? All right. Goodbye. Why? It's polling for some reason. It's going into here when it doesn't need to. Why? I should start logging the calculations that it's making for this next timeout, right? I probably screwed one of these up. That's what it is. So yeah, let's just start logging more stuff. I wonder if it's something like, yeah, I guess we can just print it. Probably need a break when timeout is now. Didn't I have that? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Should give you a point for that. Yeah, break. You're right. Was this in here? I just didn't see it. Yeah, because I'm avoiding a wait if it's 0. Yeah, okay. I'm just being stupid then. Thank you for that. So maybe I don't even need this. That would explain a lot. That it's just looping there permanently and getting stuck there. Next timeout is now, waiting for 12. Okay, this is correct. So it should time out immediately to do the to set the election timeout, and then should wait 12 seconds. Okay, there it goes. Okay, this is better. It is waking up a lot, but it's not an absurd amount, like thousands of times per second. Some of them are pretty short. The game is playable, right? Let's see. Yes. Okay. Right, so here's an example where server 10 was going to wait 6.5 seconds, and then, I don't know, 19, what is that? About 19 milliseconds later, it woke up to do to reevaluate, and it's like, okay, well, we still need to wait longer. And then here, yeah, so it's waking up a bunch of extra times for some reason. But it's ticking away the time that needs to wake up next. Actually, maybe this is an indicator of the problem. Why is it being woken up? It thinks it doesn't need to wake up for a while, but it keeps being woken up. Why? I kind of want to start logging the reasons why things are being woken up now. Get my bearings again. It's this guy, yes. Actually, I already am searching for that. Not going to be those. It might be this one, that it received a message. So, what do I print out a message that we received something? Shared. No. Diagnostic. Impl? Shared diagnostic. Send. Received message. I'll just keep it like that. Should probably do it on all of these conditions, right? Resetting election timer. This is set. Oh, exactly. What is this? Well, this would have updated what? Actually, what is this doing? Awaiting response, right? Awaiting a response. And that. Right, so this is an actual timeout happens. And this is what? Configuration set? Configuration change? And those are all the times we wake it up. Okay, so now we're printing whenever we're waking it up to see why. Yeah, it's resetting the election timer. Okay, here we go. Game should be playable now. There's a lot of chatter. Let me look through it again. Okay, here we go. I'm mostly curious what's happening for 12 here. Yeah, but what is it waiting for that's 2.5 seconds away? I guess I need to look up here. The server 12. What's initially like so long? Whoops. What happened? It jumped. I hate it when it does that. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I'm trying to understand something. When it's waking up a bunch, resetting the election timer, receiving a message, all that. Okay, here the next timeout's very short. Now it doesn't need, now it knows there's not, the next timeout is a ways away. But then it's receiving, it's resetting the election timer. Why? I don't know. Oh, because it received a message? But why, when it's resetting the election timer, why is this still counting down? I don't get that. Resetting the election timer, but it's not going back up. Yeah. Why is that next timeout still so short? Why is it going down? That's not right. It should bump it back up. Which one was the leader? It's going to be hard for me to see that now, isn't it? 11 is the leader. So 12 is a follower. So yeah, why is the election timer not getting reset properly? Is that the problem? What's behind here? What's this? Oh, that's Visual Studio. Okay. Current election timeout. Right. Oh, wait. I think I might know what it is. I think it might be this one. It's a follower. It's a voting member. I think it's this one. That is true, so it's not going into this at all. Yeah. Okay, I screwed this. This is total. My entire approach to this computing the next timeout value is just wrong. Yeah. How do I fix this? Hold on. We're always resetting everything, right? So something must be counting down for that server 12. What is it? It's not a leader, so it's not this one. This shouldn't be counting down because this should be always advancing. The only thing I can think of is this one. But the timeout would not be 12 seconds. I don't get it. I don't understand this. I don't get it. I'm getting frustrated. The server 12 waiting for next timeout. It starts at like 12 seconds and it just gradually counts down and gets closer and closer. I think I stopped it before it got down to 0. It got down to like 2 seconds. What is that 2 seconds thing it's waiting for? I don't know. It says resetting election timer. And it's receiving a message. So this next one shouldn't, the next time it shouldn't be that close. I mean, I guess the only thing it could be is it initially was what, waiting for voting results, but it didn't get elected, and it didn't drop it for some reason. So let's go to the very beginning. I'm just looking at 12's messages. Resetting election timer. Received a message. Next one in, actually I don't know why it would be doing that. Received message. Who's sending the message? Don't know. I didn't log that, but it's one of the other 2 servers. Hey there, Ibsy. I'm just not logging enough information to know. Do I add that in here then? And I can't even find it. I'm getting really frustrated. Because it's here. Do I print out the sender? And the type, I guess? Do I have a print to for the type? Don't know. I guess I can just convert it to an integer. So formatted, receive message, type something from someone. Cast that to an int, and then this is assuming it's still in scope. Yes. And then sender. This one. Have you done live migration of VMs or Docker containers? Nope, haven't done that. Sorry. Next timeout is now. It's now. Okay, we're getting a lot of messages now. Game is playable. Yeah, I see that thing counting down. Maybe I should just wait for it to count down to 0 and see what happens. Okay, it reset. I want to see what that is. See, server 10. Who was the leader this time? Don't know. 12. 12 is the leader. Okay, here. Timeout is soon. Why? What is it? It gets confusing because there's messages from all 3 servers and they're all mixed together. Okay, let me focus on server 10. So it thinks the next thing that's going to time out is in 6 seconds, and it's gradually dropping down. Here it's 5.6, 5.2, 5.3, 4.5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what happens when it gets to 0? What is it? What's the timeout here? And then it jumped to 11. What's the one before that? Oh, 12. 3. And then to 12. I don't get it. What timed out? Integer overflow or implicit typecast. So let's see what these messages 3 and 4 are. I believe that's 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's append entries results. So this is a replication of the log that's going on. Wait a minute. I thought 11 was the leader. Am I wrong? 12 is the leader. Oh, but we had a leadership change in here somewhere? 11 became the leader at some point? Is that what happened? I see type 4 from 10 and 12. What? What the heck? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why would I get a type 4 from 10 and 12 at 10 and 11 at 12? I don't understand this at all. But this is only one run, right? Because I did a clear screen before I ran this. Actually, it looks like 10 is doing stuff that the leader would do. I don't understand what's going on. Oh no, that's different. That's if the client is connected to server 10. Never mind. Okay. I'll figure this out. It just might take me a little bit of time. Oh, okay. Type 4 is the response. So the followers send this. The leader sends the type 3s. Okay, so I was just confused. 12 is the leader, right? Yeah. Okay. Waiting for it. Go ahead. Let's get it over with so I can get back to my work. See how fast I can press the button. I haven't yet made my bot do this. There we go. That's about how fast I want my bot to respond to that thing. Your router just restarted. Maybe it's the spammer. Maybe they're bothering you too. Oh, it's meme clear bombs. It's just the standard spam. What they do is they take my stream. Is they say hello, and then 10 seconds later, they take the stream title and they copy paste it in some kind of template that says that they're going to design something for my channel. Yeah. So I've been meaning to make my bot just auto ban them the instant that they put in something in chat that has my stream title in there, because it's just like, it's stupid. What did Playing with Skizzers say? It was like, or someone else said it. I can't remember who said it. It was just like a low effort spam bot. Don't you do this, meme clear bombs. My bot would probably whitelist you. Or I'd have you whitelisted so that you wouldn't get banned. But don't test it. The bot doesn't. I haven't written the bot stuff yet. Maybe this activity is normal. Maybe I'm chasing something that doesn't need to be chased. This doesn't look right though. That server 10 would say the timeout is in 4 seconds, and yet it's constantly receiving messages from the server. Why would it not reset the election? It says it's resetting the election timer, but it's not. Actually, I know what it is. I think I figured it out. Of course, I've said that like a dozen times today. Where was that again? It's down here. I think it's because this is always true when it receives a message. And so, even though, yeah, so this next timeout. Wait a minute, no. When it calculates it later, it should be using current election time, time of last leader message. Shouldn't it? Can you automate making reports? Can I have a bot report another bot? You probably can't, right? But I could probably I can make myself a template for that. Say, here's the daily list of low effort spam bots in my channel that I had to ban, and then just copy paste that into all the reports. This one. I think this is not being reset for some reason. No, it's supposed to do it right there. It said it did it right there. Resetting election timer. So it must have gotten the current time again and put it into time of last leader message. So why is that the next one only 4 seconds away? That's below the minimum election timeout, which is 10 seconds, I think. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah, it's supposed to add those two together. Unless it's something else. Maybe that's the next thing I gotta do. Is every time that's set, I gotta print a message. This is gonna be a lot of messages, though. Yeah, let's just do it. Yeah, we'll have to take this and subtract, well, this is gonna be gross. Const auto. what name to give it. Next, retransmission timeout equals that. And then that goes there. I mean, I guess that's a little bit cleaner anyway. And then add now. So that's, no, not mock. Timekeeper? Get current time minus? No, that minus that. This is for each instance, right? So instance ID. Next, read transmission timeout for server is in that amount of time. Go and just convert it to milliseconds. No, I'm just going to leave it at double. And then this one is the next heartbeat. Next heartbeat timeout is in that. So this is next heartbeat timeout. Heartbeat, I guess we're saying it's one word. So that goes there. And it's next heartbeat timeout. Right. And election timeout. Next election timeout. So that's this one. Const auto election timeout, or next election timeout is that. And not level 0 because I won't see it. Level 3 is my minimum right now. My system for having like levels for diagnostic messages doesn't work out so well, actually. Usually I either want to see them all or I don't want to see any of them. It's sort of inspired by the logging system in Android, but I mean, that's a mess too. I would log most things, but it gets cluttered and also there's a performance hit for always enabling logging. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to check this code into the Git, so it's mostly an experiment, Clumsy. Collecting data in this experiment to see what's going on. That's weird. There were so many messages that I think it was falling behind. Okay, let's find out who the leader was this run. It was 11. So then, okay, here's some suspicious looking timeouts like this one from 12. Oh, interesting. It's never reevaluating it at all. Why would that be? Its worker thread is never running? Is that the problem? No, no, wherever it sees the waiting for. Okay, then I'm confused. What happened here? I don't know. I think I screwed up the printf. I'm mostly concerned about number 12 right now. Very weird. Waiting for is inside this wait. But, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Where do we actually compute? Yeah, we do it in this body, right? Right, so after whatever reason we waited or we didn't wait, we'll go into this body, and that's where we reinitialize it. And then everywhere we set it, it should be printing something. So it should be printing next retransmission timeout. That's where we initialize it. Or it should be printing next heartbeat, or it should be printing next election. Those are the only things that can time out on, right? So see message, resetting election timer. Wait, where's the next wait? Here's the next wait. Yeah, but between those two waits, there was no printing out of calculating the number. Why not? Because it never exited the loop. I think that's why. This predicate was still false. Okay. Yep. I'm doing this whole thing wrong. I was assuming that we'd get to here and that we'd recalculate them, but when we reset the election timer, when I changed that, that's from a different thread. This is a different thread. This is not the worker thread that gets here. It does wake it up, but then the worker thread says, oh, well, it's still not time to wake up anyway, so it never even recalculates based off of that. So this is just completely wrong. Which version of VS? I'm using 2017, but I'm also using VS Code. This is VS 2017 community. This is VS Code. This VS Code I happen to be using, where do I show that? Usually it shows it here, the kit that I'm using. Yeah, I'm using the tool chain from Visual Studio Community 2017, but I'm using it in from VS Code with CMake. When I'm measuring performance stuff, it's just using 2017 Community. Okay. So really, it's not when we're actually acting on the timeouts or not. It's when the underlying variables are changed. It's that we have to wake up the worker whenever something times out or whenever a timeout gets added or removed. That's the problem. I'm not doing that correctly. Never use VS Code. Okay. Well, VS Code is really I use it. Actually, I have a command that explains it. Hold on a second. I don't even know what that means. I don't know Russian. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to say I don't know Russian. Okay. Yeah, I looked it up and it didn't make any sense. So, let me try this one only. Please speak in English. One more translation attempt. No, I don't. Nope. Okay, goodbye. I'm just too distracted. Okay, wait for... yeah, okay, it's in here. So I gotta move these else's out. Basically, whenever that or that changes, I need to do this code. What I'm working on today is refactoring. So the root problem is 17% of the CPU time is being spent waking up and going to sleep in this worker thread, which is waiting for things to happen. I think the it's rooted in somewhere where it's just always waking up too early. I'm trying to fix that. How goes it, Fresh Meat? Hi, how are you doing? Sort of rough today. Was going okay, and then now it's like I've gone through almost 3.5 hours, and I'm kind of not making much progress. And I've sort of dug my own hole as usual. I don't want to abandon all these changes. But it's all in this next timeout stuff that I'm doing, right? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's normal. I just have to power through it, you know? Okay, see you, Nui. Getting dark, huh? Okay, so I can't do that, essentially. I think what I gotta do is I gotta move that to where the definition is. I gotta do it there. In fact, you know what I need to do is I need to have, I need to split this into multiple variables. There are different timeouts, right? Let's see how many timeouts I have again. There's the retransmission timeout, one for every server. Then there's a heartbeat timeout, only one of those. And then there's an election timeout, only one of those. So I think I just need to keep track of them separately. So this would be next election timeout, when the next election timeout will occur. And we need to initialize them to the maximum, you know, in the future. This is the time when the next, what did I say it was? Heartbeat. When the next heartbeat timeout will occur. And then we'll need to have one for every instance in this instances. So instance info. So I need to put it here. So next to this timeout, next timeout. This is the time according to the service time for when the next retransmission timeout will occur. Yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. And then basically before we sleep, we need to calculate it in that moment. When is the next one? So not here, but somewhere else. And yeah. So a lot of this code is going to have to change. Let's do it a little bit at a time. Actually, this variable is already set, right? So I just do that. Did I not name it that? Oh, no, that's inside of instance. Now, why does that const? I'm going to be changing it so it's not const. And this is next timeout. There we go. And what's going on here? Did I I removed it, didn't I? Okay. So I'm not doing that here. Next, so we're just printing it. That minus now. Okay. And then down here. We're going to do it here. calculate next timeout here. And then don't do it here. And this is the heartbeat one, right? So that goes there, right? And I don't do that. And then that, yeah. So that goes like that. And this is the election timeout, like that. And then I pretty sure this is the wrong place to do that. We need to do it whenever the variables that would affect it change. So let me think about this. This is tough. Let me see if what is broken right now. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's set it to something. Double next timeout. Actually, we're gonna set it to that and then find the minimum, right? Do the timeouts ever get shorter than what they previously were? Yeah. As time advances, they tick down. These are like basically timers. So every time you wake up, the amount of time the election timeout will happen in is closer and closer to now, right? To wake up the worker thread less. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Wake up the worker thread less. So basically have it go to sleep and wake up for the next timeout. The trick is to make sure that the next timeout is correct. All right. I think I have to loop through stuff here at this point. Actually, it's the same logic as this, isn't it? It's all of this. If we're the leader and all of and this much of it. Well, no, it's just this. And maybe we don't need to store that then. Yeah, maybe I don't need it. So this would go back to const auto again. And then it's just this is equal to the minimum of that and this other one. Right, and then this is this part. Const auto. Yeah, maybe I don't need to store them. Yeah. Next election timeout. And then I got to get the retransmission ones in there. Retransmission. This is it, right? Is that only if we're... Well, that's only if we're the leader. So I can... Is that right? We only retransmit if we're the leader. I think so, because I think this ends up getting set to false. Yeah, retransmission state is reset if we are a candidate or a follower. Oh, I guess, or if we become a leader again. Yeah, so... No, I lost my place. Q retrans, this one. So I'm going to do this and then clean it up later. If we're the leader, then we're going to include these calculations too. Down to here. If we're awaiting a response, then we compute that. And we can go back to const auto because I'm just going to make a const auto next read transmission timeout and do that. And then do that. Okay. So then I can remove all of these else's. Right? In fact, if I just remove this stuff I just added, that would, and then let the compile, I can compile and see code I need to remove. Yeah, this one. Compile. This stuff, these else's. Cool. Now, that means a lot of all the calculation of how long to sleep is in the wait in the first place, and it does it. Is it doing it in the right place? Compute the predicate, get the timeout. No, it's not doing it in the right place, is it? I need to do it inside that predicate there, so this stuff moves. All of this moves in here. This gets unindented one level, and right here I do it. Next timeout is that, and this is all computing when the next timeout is. If we don't need to, if there is no timeout, we just wait. Otherwise, we're doing this. Otherwise, we are waiting, and we'll say how long we're waiting, or we say it's now. Okay, let's just try this. Hey there, Pro Sam. I'm trying to dig myself out of the design hole I put myself into. Trying to improve the performance of part of the server that handles the state replication. Yeah, I know. Monka S. Monka S. This entire stream has been Monka S. And I'm printing out a lot of extra diagnostics now to say like how, like what the thing is waiting for, and when it wakes up, like why it woke up. Well, yeah. We're also printing out why it woke up, right? That's interesting. We had a timeout, but then nothing voted for that server. Interesting. Wait a minute, why is the election timer being reset? Oh, I don't know. Okay, now it's running. Game is running again. Let it run for a while. Yeah, I forgot to fix the formatting of the leader's messages. There are too many messages too. It's all buffered. Just do I wait for it? There it goes. All right. Yeah, these I should just fix, right? Next retransmission timeout. Oh, I forgot to print the server number, that's why. That is instance ID. That's an int, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I don't care about that so much. I just want to make sure that things aren't going to sleep and then waking up at the wrong times. All right, received a message, compute the next timeout. It's up to 12 seconds later. When did it wake up? It woke up because it received a message which caused it to reset the election timeout, wait up to 13 seconds. It actually looks good now to me. So it's resetting, every time it receives a message, it's saying it received it and it reset the election timeout, and then and the next wait is a long wait. So it's only waking up when it receives something in order to reset the election timeout, which is correct, right? We could have it not wake up if unless the election timeout moved backwards. Yeah, why am I bothering to wake up the thread when we're resetting the election timer? I don't need to do that, do I? We could just let the worker thread stay asleep. Resetting election. Yeah, what if I don't need to do that, do I? I mean, it's possible it could move back, I guess, but that's only really a problem if the difference between minimum and maximum is less than the amount of time remaining before the election. And that shouldn't be the case normally. I guess I could do a check. I can say if... I need to know what it is, though. I'm not storing that anywhere. Well, okay, I'm going to put a to-do to think about this. We might need to wake up the worker if the election timeout is now earlier than the last timeout, and the worker wouldn't wake up in time now. Actually, what would be the effect? It wouldn't be too bad because it would just end up waking up later to time out later. I think it's probably okay, so I can just comment that out. So now it won't wake up just when the election timer is reset, because there's no need to. It'll just wake up after 12 seconds and figure out, oh, we don't need a timeout, so wait another 12 seconds. Well, then I'll give you some points, St. Lucifer, because I didn't understand what you were saying before. There you go. I'll give you 3 points. It's because if you were correct and I just didn't understand, then it's my problem, not yours. I'm just happy that I hit on what you were trying to say, if that's what you're trying to say. You know, I'm not the most intelligent person. A lot of the times for me, it's trial and error and printing out a lot of things to get a better picture in my mind about what's going on. And hopefully I arrive at the same insight that you have. It just takes me longer. And, you know, my apologies if I don't understand what you're trying to explain at the time. I run into this when I'm teaching other people too. Like, as a teacher, you kind of want to have patience on students, and if you're trying to tell them what they're doing wrong and they just don't get it, and then they try to do like random stuff, and if they hit on eventually, oh, I'm doing this wrong, as a teacher, I try to say, you know, what's important is that you figured it out. Well, that's interesting. There's some glitches there? Oh no, I can see around it because it's shaped like that. Okay. I'm looking at that thinking, is there a bug? Yeah, so St. Lucifer, because I understand the frustration you must have that you tried to tell me what it was and I didn't get it and I had to figure it out for myself, I'll compensate for that frustration with some stream points. Yeah, this logged so much that the logger couldn't keep up with it. Do I just cut it short? I don't really need all this log information. I'll just cut it short. Okay. Now let me look. "12 is waiting for. Now when does it wake up next? It does wake up again. Why is it waking up again? Oh, I might be waking it up on message receipt. Also, I should just look at all the places I wake it up. That we need to, because that's for testing. That's when we shut down. Okay, yeah, maybe I don't need to do it here. I think, yeah. So this is more like, instead of waking it up all the time, we should only really wake it up if we think that it might need to change its criteria on timeout. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you understand. Is this the crux of it? That we're waking up on every message receipt? That might be it, actually. And what's this one? That's when we send something. That's also a problem, right? I think I know what I want to do. We know when the timeout will be. Right? That's this thing. What am I using that timeout for? Right. So I could use that variable here. I can say if it's less than what the worker thread is already waiting for, then wake it up now. Give you another point. I appreciate St. Lucifer. I was already kind of frustrated. I appreciate not being pushed. All right. I think I'm getting there, though. We want to make this conditional. If timeout is less than, like, I need to have a variable for this, like current or next timeout. Actually, that's the variable I wanted to have in the first place, isn't it? Then we got to wake it up, and then it will figure that out, right? And I should probably do this after that, right? So, question is this still here? And I can just undo enough. Aha. This is the time according to the server's timekeeper when the timeout worker thread is due to wake up next. And so if this is before then, we need to wake it up now so that it recomputes when it should wake up next. Otherwise, it's going to wake up too late. There's nothing else prepared to wake it up. All right. And I need to do that in the other places too. Not there, not there, here. How to do this? I should just consider what are the things we're waking up for. Right, so this we're protected by the lock, right? So I can just do that. This computes it and then waits for it, maybe. Okay, the things we're waking up for. Next heartbeat. So when would that go backwards? Never, actually. So that doesn't change at all. Right. If we reset the election timeout and is to where a previous value of what it used to be. I handled that already, didn't I? Thought I did. I'm not seeing it now. Reset election timeout. Oh no, I reasoned that it doesn't matter. We don't need to wake it up early. Well, no, we do if we haven't set it before. So on the very first setting of this, actually, we need to do it. So actually, that happens when That happens automatically, doesn't it? Let me think about this. I could just do it when we revert to follower. That would be the easiest. What is this one? Unreceive. Right. Why am I doing this here? I don't think this is the right place to be doing that. Oh, was this setting the initial timer value? Okay, so in this case, it's doing it itself, and it'll recompute it immediately. So then I don't need to worry about it's setting it initially. So I don't need to worry about the election timeout. So the other two were retransmission timers and heartbeat timer. I don't need to worry about it. So it's all in the retransmission timers then. So it's when we send, not when we receive. And then we're already handling that here. Yeah, so I don't need to do it anywhere else. I don't need to do this here. Right? Wait, if we were a leader and we revert, we need to do it. Yeah, so I think it doesn't happen very often, so I don't mind doing it even if it's not needed. Revert to follower, yeah. I think we'll just do it here. We'll wake it up and then it'll recompute the election. It'll set the timeout if needed for the election timer. Yeah. So I think I've decided I don't need to do it here, in general. But when we revert, so when we send something, and we need to retransmit before the next timeout, then we'll wake it up to set that up. And why am I doing it here? Candidate. I don't think I need to do this. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. Configuration change? Maybe. I mean, that hardly ever happens. This might change the values of timeout values. Okay, and this is in the thread itself. Okay, so just try it out. Clear this and run again. Oh, I feel like today has been very unproductive. It's like 4 hours of me trying to figure out how to how to approach the problem that I started with. Okay, this makes sense. We can actually see the timers they're setting, and then the first one to time out should be, yeah, that was what times out, and then we're in business. And the game actually runs. We don't get stuck somewhere. Can probably call it there. All of these waking up things should be in response to actual things happening in the game that are it's the retransmission timer. So it should mostly be the leader that's waking up. Who's the leader? The leader is 10. So do we see anyone else waking up? There's a wake up there. Why did that happen? Hey there, Raimi. Owie. Imagine that. It's a Raimi. Okay, I think something is waking it up here still. We shouldn't be seeing that. This makes sense, you know, it's going to retransmit in half a second. But this we shouldn't see. Why are we seeing that? Okay, let's search again. That's for testing. That's when we're shutting down. Oh, did I forget to remove that one? That's what it is. I forgot to remove that one. I've come to the conclusion I don't need to wake up the worker thread there. But I don't know for sure. I smile because like this is completely unscientific. Actually, I guess in a way it is sort of scientific. We're testing out theories. It's just not unit. It's just not test-driven development anymore. I've departed from that now. Okay, looks like server 11 is going to be the leader because its timeout is 10 seconds versus 14. Yep, that was 11 I saw. I might keep those messages in there because that's useful to know. Like, who's going to time out first? Alright, we've run long enough. Let's look. So 11 is the leader. There's a wait from... No, we're still seeing it. We're still seeing these servers wake up. Why? Oh, this is sent for responses too. Okay. So it should only be in that if part then. Not in anything else, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I think this it's not used for response type messages, right? Let me make sure. Queue retransmissions. It's this awaiting response. What is that? Yeah, so it's only if we're awaiting a response. Yeah, so this goes inside here. Actually, the problem is I need to do it after I actually queue it, right? Because otherwise we're racing the worker thread. And the worker thread might look at it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That can go here. Cool. Clear, and one more time. I'm feeling better about it now. I think that we're on the right track. So if this works, like if it's not waking up as often as it used to, then we'll rerun in the... Okay, now I screwed it up. What's it doing? It's constantly waking up now. What did I do? I just moved those lines around. What is it doing? What did what did I do? I don't get it. Change something else? What's wrong with this? Oh, wait. No, I have to add... This is a relative time. That's an absolute time. That's the problem. Okay, so it's that plus now. Right. If now plus timeout... This is a bad name, really. It should be next timeout time or something. Next timeout... that didn't work. This is difficult to read because this is a relative amount of... This is a number of seconds, and this is an absolute timestamp. Maybe next timeout... Maybe next wake up time or something? Next absolute time. How about next wake up time? Yeah, next time to wake up. Yeah, exactly. I'll give you both points because they're both what I'm getting for. But yeah, let's do next wake up time. Search replace, my friend. If now plus timeout is less than next wake up time, wake it up now. So that they can recalculate the next wake up time. That's the one, I guess the one thing that if we could improve it, we would, is to adjust a wait already in progress. Too bad we can't do that, huh? Okay, what's going on? Why is it still doing that now? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Just a sanity check. Let me remove that. Oh, I wonder if the server never stopped. Oh, that's what it is. It never stopped the other server. Yeah. So that's what it is. It actually said so and I wasn't watching. It never killed the old servers. Because I hit Control-C too many times. Okay. I need to make sure it says installing and launching and not connecting to existing one. There we go. So one random thought I have is like, do people watching the stream enjoy things better when I'm making progress, or do you enjoy it when I struggle? Because I can see how there might be different preferences. Some people might actually enjoy watching a programmer struggle because they kind of see like what would I do when I'm struggling. But other people might be like, he's not making any progress. This isn't fun to watch. You like to see progress? So I get a little bit, like I start to feel guilty when I'm not making progress because I'm like, well, people are watching are probably getting frustrated too. But I mean, I'll struggle sometime and I can't always control whether it's on or off stream. One thing I guess I can do is if I start struggling with something, I can immediately stop and say, I'll do this post stream, instead do something else. Struggle, because even with struggle, you're actually making progress. Hey there, lazy guru. So if you guys think that it's okay that I struggle on stream and don't make progress, then I'll keep doing this. Otherwise, I guess my strategy would be have a backup, something to do, and then go back to the struggle after the stream. Okay, this is probably way enough message. And this time I'm going to wait for this disconnection to happen. There we go. And then I don't need any more messages. Okay, cool. No, it's still waking up too soon. Why can't I get this right? It shouldn't even be going into this, so this shouldn't be notified. Do we need to actually print that? That message I put there originally for this reason anyway, right? Let's put that in here. Yeah, let's print before we wake up every single time. So this, we'll just say reverted to follower. All the reasons why we're waking up, I want to print something, and I want to see why. That's the wait. So I got them all, right? The only other reason would be these ones where where we're debugging or we shut down. Yeah, okay. Then let me see this. I gotta know. I gotta know. Why are we waking up? Struggle is needed for progress if you're not like a pro at the exact task at hand. A real pro will just breeze through it, and it actually might be kind of boring because you don't see like how you would figure out how to do it. Okay, see, it's not waking up now. That's good. So the problem happens once messages start flowing for some reason. There's the message flow, right? Oh, I see what's going on. It's constantly reverting to follower even if it's already a follower. Yeah. That, we don't need to do that. Okay. I remember this now. I call revert to follower even though we don't need to do it because of the side effects. So really that's not a good function name. It's to do resetting the election timer. It's what it does. It's like we don't really need to do all this. We don't need to do this at all unless we were a leader server. We only need to do this if we... Yeah, can I just say if we're... Yeah, let me move this a little bit. And we'll just say if shared election state is not equal to follower, then then we'll do this stuff. Right? That makes more sense than maybe even reading it. If we're not a follower, then make ourselves a follower, and yeah, that probably makes more sense. If we're not a follower, we're a follower now. We don't have a configuration change pending anymore. Reset retransmission state. Say that. Wake up the worker thread. You got two streams open, and for some reason my stream sounds. You route over the headset while the other one routes over your speakers? Really? That's weird. So like the audio system routing for the two browser instances are different? That's weird. Oh, I gotta wait the 11.15 seconds. The same browser instance. Huh. Well, this looks a lot better, doesn't it? It's not waking up nearly as often. Now let me play with this. I can now kill the leader and make sure that the election timer isn't hosed. So where is this? I need to figure out who the leader is, though. Probably I can tell by CPU usage, and I'll just kill that one. That's probably number 11? Oh, let's just kill it and see. Killing 11. Yep. So we'll have a timeout eventually. After 11 seconds or 12 seconds or something. There we go. So it worked. Let me see that process actually happening. Okay, so the leader was 11, and I ended up killing 11 up here somewhere. Here I killed 11. The orchestrator said, yeah, 11's dead. So let me restart 11, right? Install and start 11 again. And 11 will come up as a follower, right? So now at this point we have 3 followers. And I'm not sure why I'm getting that, but that shouldn't happen. It's a different bug. 12 ends up why is 12 waking up there? Okay, at 972 would wait timeout at 11, so that's 983, right? Aha. Wait a minute, why didn't it already time out? That's weird. Is it the right... Did I look at the wrong server there? 12. The next wait is 983, right? So 12. I don't see the timeout. Oh, well, actually, here it is. It timed out and it became the leader. Why did it take it 3 seconds to time out, though? Actually, why did it do that? Did it recap? Oh, because its election timeout had been recalculated. So when it woke up, and discovered that its election timer had been changed a little bit to 3.8 more seconds. So it went back to sleep at 3.8 seconds, and then it woke up and it became the leader because it was the first one to raise the election. Oh, that's fine. So there's an extra wake up because the election timer got reset sometime when it set it the first time. Okay, that makes sense to me. So every election timer, it's going to wake up and see what is the election timer now, and it'll say, okay, it's 3.8 seconds from now. Or it will say, okay, it was in the past, so I need to start an election. Sounds like Russian elections. You wake up and you say, when should we have an election? Yesterday? Okay, let's do it now. If it's tomorrow, it's like, okay, I'll go back to sleep and, for another day. I just got a text. Okay. Coordination for kids. Okay, I really don't need to see this anymore, right? Receive message from. Where would that be? Here? There it is. I don't need to see that. What else do I not need to see? Resetting election timer? Yeah, I don't need to see that. Cool. Okay, I think this is good. What do I do? I don't want to have. I don't want to keep the diagnostic messages around, but I do want to do in the performance. I want to do a performance measurement. I guess I go through and just comment them out and when I measure performance. So that would be just a quick look through diagnostic sender. Diagnostic sender. Okay, there's nothing in there. How about in here? Awaiting a response. Yeah, so we probably don't need that much longer. That we always had. You know, I could use the same macro, extra diagnostics, actually. Yeah, why don't we put that in here? And then, so then it won't be compiled in anymore. And this would, let's make it say a little bit more. Awaiting, well, setting, how about setting retransmission timeout for server, and then this is formatted again. And then it is instance number. Replicating log. Sending heartbeat. We already have a message for that. Yeah, we already have one for that. Okay, so do I really... I can keep this in, right? If that's not happening too much. See, it's mostly the leader now that, and it's gonna wake up basically to change retransmission timer values. So if that reverted to follower is not happening too much, we can just put that in like that. And maybe lower the level a little bit. What was the level of the other one? Yeah, this is low level. And this one. Let's say cluster configuration changed. I'm gonna leave that in as a level 3. It hardly ever happens anyway. But all the voting stuff is in here. Did I wrap around already? This one, right? Yes. This is extra. And this is pretty low level. And down here. Right? Yeah. Low level. And here too. Actually, let's set that to 0. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's set them all to 0. So we normally won't even see them, even if extra diagnostics are on, until we set the value very low. Okay, we're done with that. And saying, well, do I need this? Let's do that. And I could go back to doing wait for... No, I can't. I have to do wait now. Because every time we wake up, things might have changed. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, let's try this in performance measurements. And if I reduce the CPU like I hope I just did, then I will claim victory. And then go eat lunch. I would really like to claim victory today. Close all documents. No. Okay, so procedure is update RVS serve. Wait until it says install, and then quit, and then analyze performance profiler start, and then wait for it to launch, and then serve again. Now they're all connected, and then 10 seconds later, it will start off the election. There it goes. It timed out. Oh, I left one in. Oops. Next heart. That's okay. We'll just play the game a little bit. So I need to get to that. I need to suppress that message. Next heartbeat timeout. Well, it's kind of interesting to watch. Yeah. A little too chatty still. I'll walk around. And stop. And then let me just hit that message while I'm at it. Next heartbeat timeout. This one needs to go there with the 0 in there. And I won't save that quite yet. I hope I figured it out with the help of, who was it? St. Lucifer? Or was it someone else? Yeah, it was St. Lucifer. Really got the right answer about what I should be doing, and I really didn't understand it for a while. And now, hopefully, I got it. So let's watch this. The goal is that Raft worker thread stuff doesn't take much CPU anymore. Uh-oh. It's still taking some time. Really? I can't claim victory? I don't know if I can believe this number, though. Oh, is it the diagnostic messages? Wait a minute. Which diagnostic message? Oh, this one? I really didn't expect that to come up, but okay. Sure, diagnostic messages are expensive. Let's save and then remove that diagnostic message. Save. Okay. Build again. That's funny. Yeah, diagnostic messages do become expensive. That's why we turn them off for most things when we're actually running for reals. Install. Okay, analyze. Start. And then hopefully I don't see that message popping up again. I mean, even some of these things like about discarding journals and snapshots, that was only when I was debugging that that whole system of rotating logs. Cool. Let's go to somewhere more interesting in the game. Like where the lava was. Where was that? Up around here. It's hard to see in that dark area. Look at my little particle effects. My son tells me that he thinks that they arc too high. And I'm like, well, but I really wanted it to stand out so we could see it. It still has the bug where the particles don't shift along with the other sprites, so it gets kind of weird when you're moving and you see the spark not move with the lava, but that's okay. One of the many things I still have to fix. All right. View and call tree. Oh, it's looking good. We have coordinator, executor, and network connections as the top 3. Okay, so Raft is now number 4, and most of it's in the event queue worker. The timeout worker still has 1%, but that's much better than the 9% it used to be spending, right? No, actually, but also the timeout worker used to be doing the event worker stuff. So maybe most of the work is processing the event queue, yeah. And sending, okay. So it's no longer in the waiting anymore, except for here. But it's now 1.28% now. Where is the time? Yeah. So this still takes up a little bit of time. 0.85%. And I wonder if this is accurate, because when we were showing this message, we weren't seeing that a whole lot. Hey there, Ski Dog. Why would we ban you, Ski Dog? You're upset you took a nap at your desk, you woke up and you just banned someone? Oh, I banned someone. Who did I ban? Oh, well, there were two people I banned. Did you see both of them? There was the low effort spam bot that we banned, and then there was someone who insisted about speaking in Russian, and I asked, please speak in English, and they said two more things in Russian, so I banned them. Yeah, so you must have been asleep also for the spam bot about an hour before. No, 15 minutes before that. There was a spam bot I also banned. Sorry. But you gotta stay awake, Cthulhu. I guess my stuff was too boring. You had to take a nap. He didn't say that, Meme Clear Bombs. You can't fool me. Trying to make me feel guilty. Really what it comes down to is it becomes a distraction, right? For me, if it's too much of a distraction, then, I ask you to change, and if you don't, then goodbye. It's the damn hours you're working. I'm sorry. Hey, but look, I think I can claim victory, because the time we're spending waiting to start waiting is now down to 1.28%. It was at 9.5% before. So I'm going to claim victory. And also I cleaned up the, instead of having one worker that did both event queue and timeouts, now we have a dedicated event queue worker. And this could be improved a little bit, I guess. Well, it looks like it's all in the, in our subscribers. The time we're spending iterating through and removing stuff is very small. I'm going to claim victory. And I'm getting tired anyway. So this is maybe a good stopping point. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on Monday. I am really tired right now. I need to go eat something and then play some Borderlands 3 maybe. Will the test run? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe that's the work I have for myself over the weekend, is to fix these. They're broken. Oh yeah, they're totally garbage. I'll have to fix that over the weekend or something. Unless you guys really want to see me work on this. I think the problem is that these tests rely on this waiting stuff. There's wait at least one worker loop. And so this is completely busted now. I completely broke it. Borderlands? Yeah. Lunch dessert? Well, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to have to part with you guys for a while. So I will leave you with another game dev or web dev or programmer. Let's see. Ooh, Moonscript is streaming. Why don't we raid Moonscript? How long has he been going? An hour? Okay. So if you don't know, Moonscript is the founder of itch.io, not Twitch, itch.io. So it's what would you say? It's an alternative to Steam, so you can buy and sell games on it. And he's a good friend of Adam, who I'll also drop the link about. And so Moonscript has started streaming recently, so he's an interesting guy, very fun to watch, so we're going to rate him. Moonscript. Here we go. Hope you guys enjoy. And it looks like he's working on building a Twitch bot from scratch, probably in Moonscript, which is the language that he uses that compiles to Lua. So it's very interesting. Well, thank you, Superiors. Yeah, and goodbye, everybody. I hope you guys all have an awesome weekend. I hopefully will see you on Monday. All right, take care. Bye.